Tuh buaya ya.
Dua.
Itu Dewi kan masuk.
Ya, aku masuk dah. Maaf, Bu Dewi. Halo Bu Dewi, maaf.
Abang lagi latihan.
Assalamualaikum Bu Dewi Santoningsih. Assalamualaikum Bu Dewi.
Tuh aku asalnya. Mau ya.
Nah, dia pakai itu. Assalamualaikum Bu Dewi.
Salam.
Itu ada di waiting udah ada Leonila dance-nya itu kayaknya saya masukkan, bisa minta tolong disambut dulu Bu.
Sebentar.
Nah,
Sebentar ya.
Beliau pembicara yang terakhir ya kayaknya.
ya yang Filipina kayaknya.
Oh, sendirian?
Baru beliau yang nampak tuh.
Oh.
Katanya saya masukkan nggak ada yang nyapa dan nggak enak juga kita.
Oh gitu. Ya boleh.
Boleh Bu, saya masukkan Bu ya.
Yeah. Halo. Halo Prof.
Hello.
Guys.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
Okay.
I'm Devi.
Hello. Oh, Devi, you're Devi.
Devi, no. I'm Devi. Devi still not joined yet. I'm Devi.
Devi, okay.
Yes. I'm the head of the ICEBM network. So in Indonesia, we have a network for clinical epidemiologists.
That's good. Okay, good.
Yeah. How are you?
Fine.
Nice to meet you, Prof. Dance.
Yes. My husband and I will be here, Dr. Dad also.
Oh, yeah.
We use the same.
Hello.
We will use the same computer so that it's faster for us.
Oh, you have the same computer.
Yeah, we will lecture at the same time.
Okay. Yes, it's good.
Okay. And is there going to be an open forum? Devi, open forum? Question and answer.
Open forum?
Questions.
Yeah. Later, after you have lecture, and the participant will send send a question in the chat box.
Okay, so we can answer there.
And the committee and the moderator will guide the discussion session.
Is it after each lecture or after all the lectures?
After all.
Okay.
So around what time will that be?
I'll check first. I will check first.
Okay.
Yung intro sa umpisa. Slide.
Yes, Prof. So the discussion session after all presenter finish the presentation.
Okay. So we will be there.
Yeah. Thank you for your time.
You too for inviting us.
How is COVID there? How
Really
is the COVID
getting
there?
better.
Getting better. What about in Indonesia? You're almost the same before.
In my city, 2 weeks ago, it was getting better, but nowadays again, yeah, the
So
cases
going up
increase.
again. Yeah,
Yes,
we will be expecting that in a few, maybe next month after, the holidays,
yeah,
Christmas, and then
yeah,
people will get together. So we're very concerned
yeah,
about that. So
yeah.
hopefully not, but just like US is very bad.
Very bad. Yes, yes. We
They're-
had a holiday 2 weeks ago,
okay.
and yeah, after that, then the cases increase.
Yeah, so same in the Philippines. So Christmas is a big thing here. So
Yeah,
going to be very difficult and
yeah,
uh, dangerous.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So we will be showing our slide in sharing
Oh,
our own slide,
yeah,
right?
you try to share? Yes.
No, Tony. We will use another computer when we for our lecture.
Oh, okay, okay.
But we will be in this one frame only.
On frame.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes, because we want to make sure that the internet connection is good. So if you have
good. Yes,
a computer that will be cut, uh, uh, getting more bandwidth, and it might be difficult. We
yes,
make sure that it will work.
yes. Yeah.
Okay. So what time do you plan to start? I
At 1 p.m.
we're already on YouTube.
in
We're
Indonesia
already live
time.
on YouTube.
Sorry, pardon?
You can hear us already?
We are already in YouTube, Dewi.
Oh, you're already in YouTube?
I think it says there in the above on the left side.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We also share the the meeting via YouTube channel, so more people can
And what?
get the access. Yes.
Yes. I invited some of our
Sorry,
students.
I'm having trouble with the connection.
Ay, my camera. Anong gusto mo, Ton? Ako yung nandito, tingnan mo. Ini.
Kam, kalau nak di breakout room 2 aja belajarnya, Kam.
Apa bang?
Di breakout room 2 aja belajar. Kan penitia kan program 1 nih yang untuk coba-coba ini di breakout 2 aja. Kami masukkan ya.
Pakai hati nggak dengar bang.
Udah.
Iya pakai hati bang.
Emang di situ nggak keluar suaranya?
Ini versinya lagi ada.
Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Riau adalah lembaga penghasil ahli di bidang kedokteran, serta pusat unggulan pengembangan ilmu dan teknologi kedokteran. Sejak awal berdiri pada tahun 2001, Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Riau telah berkembang dengan pesat.
Visi Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Riau adalah menjadi fakultas kedokteran yang berbasis riset dengan keunggulan kesehatan di wilayah pesisir dan kesehatan perbatasan di kawasan ASEAN pada tahun 2035. Sedangkan misi Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Riau adalah menyelenggarakan tridharma perguruan tinggi yang bermutu dalam rangka menyelesaikan masalah-masalah kesehatan di Provinsi Riau pada khususnya dan Indonesia pada umumnya.
Proses pendidikan di Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Riau terdiri dari 2 tahap. Tahap pertama adalah tahap sarjana kedokteran, tahap kedua adalah tahap profesi dokter. Fakultas Kedokteran ini terdiri dari 28 departemen atau bagian, preklinik dan klinik. Kita mempunyai area kompetensi lokal yaitu keterampilan untuk mengelola masalah kesehatan lingkungan, kesehatan industri, dan kedokteran perbatasan dengan kekhususan wilayah pantai, laut, dan perairan. Kita mempunyai 74 orang staf pengajar tetap yang dari dikti dan pengajar tetap non-dikti 128. Dan secara keseluruhan kita mempunyai 11 orang doktor.
Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Riau memiliki fasilitas pendidikan yang cukup memadai. Terdiri dari ruang perkuliahan dan dilengkapi dengan ruang tutorial, ruang skill lab, laboratorium sebagai penunjang praktikum, terdiri dari laboratorium biokimia patologi anatomi, laboratorium farmakologi dan fisiologi, laboratorium mikrobiologi dan patologi klinik, laboratorium kering, laboratorium biologi molekuler. Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Riau selain memiliki fasilitas kependidikan, juga memiliki fasilitas penunjang yang terdiri dari perpustakaan, kantin, musola, lapangan olahraga. Saat ini Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Riau memiliki 85 orang tenaga kependidikan yang terdiri dari tenaga pegawai negeri sipil dan tenaga kontrak. Yang termasuk di dalam tenaga kependidikan ini adalah tenaga administrasi, tenaga laboran, security, serta petugas kebersihan.
Kegiatan mahasiswa FKUR antara lain ada BEM, DPM,
Posmi,
TBM, Kimsa, dan Wakrema.
Kegiatan perkuliahan dilaksanakan dalam bentuk blok yang terdiri dari kuliah pakar, tutorial, skills lab, dan praktikum. Tutorial dan skills lab dilaksanakan dalam bentuk kelas-kelas kecil yang terdiri dari 10-15 mahasiswa per grup yang didampingi oleh 1 orang dosen fasilitator atau instruktur per grup. Ujian blok dilaksanakan dalam bentuk computerized based test dan objective structure clinical examination.
Program studi profesi dokter dilaksanakan setelah mahasiswa menyelesaikan program studi kedokteran. Program ini akan dilalui selama lebih kurang 4 semester atau 2 tahun. Selama program tersebut, mahasiswa akan melewati 16 bagian. Mahasiswa langsung akan belajar dengan pasien, didampingi oleh dokter spesialis. Tempat pendidikan mereka adalah di Rumah Sakit Arifin Ahmad sebagai rumah sakit pendidikan utama, Rumah Sakit Jiwa Tampan,
Rumah Sakit Bayangkara,
Rumah Sakit Kota Bumi, dan puskesmas-puskesmas di Provinsi Riau. Selama pendidikan, mahasiswa akan dinilai dalam hal pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan sikap.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. First of all, let us praise and thank the God Almighty who has given us guidance, healthy, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this special event without any obstacles. Salawat and salam always be given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Riau, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Aras Mulyadi MEC, the Chairman of COVID-19 Research and Innovation Consortium, Profesor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukti MEC PhD, the Dean of all Faculty of Medicine from members ICE EBM Network, the Dean of Faculty of Medicine Universitas Riau, Profesor Dr. Dedi Afandi, DFM SPFM Consultant, the Dean of Faculty of Medicine Universitas Brawijaya, the host of ICE EBM Network, 2018 until 2020, Board of Director and Board of Advisory of ICE EBM Network. Seniors of ICE EBM Network, Professor Dr. Sudikdo Sastro Asmoro, SPA Consultant, and Professor Dr. Siti Setiati, SPPD Consultant, and our special guest speakers from Cochrane Global. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to International Conference on Clinical Epidemiology and Evidence-Based Medicine 2020. All about COVID-19. What evidences are available on this special time with the 19th anniversary Faculty of Medicines, Universitas Riau. My name is Novera Mawaddah. I am your Master of Ceremony today. For the first agenda, let us listen our national anthem Indonesia Raya that will be performed by the students, Faculty of Medicines, Universitas Riau.
Indonesia, tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku diri, jadi pandu hidupku. Indonesia, bangsaku, bangsa yang tanah airku. Marilah kita bersatu, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya. Untuk Indonesia Indonesia yang merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang tercinta. Indonesia yang merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia yang merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang tercinta. Indonesia yang merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the opening speech by the chairman of the committee, Dr. Suyanto, PhD. The time is yours.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Navera. Dear the Excellencies, Bapak Rektor Universitas Riau, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Aras Mulyadi, for this time is represented by the Dean, Fakulty of Medicine, Universitas Riau, Profesor Dr. Dedi Afandi, DFM, Spesialis Forensik Medicine Consultant. Professor Dr. Ali Gufron, MSc PhD, the Chairman of COVID-19 Research and Innovation Consortium, the Dean from Indonesian Fakultas of Medicine, member in the ICE EBM network, the Director and Advisory Board ICE EBM networks, and the Chairwoman of the ICE EBM, Dr. Dewi Santosa Ningsih. Our senior of ICE EBM networks, Profesor Dr. Sudikdo Sastro Asmoro, spesialis anak konsultan, dan Profesor Dr. Siti Setiati, spesialis penyakit dalam konsultan geriatrik. and more importantly, our special guest speakers from Cochrane Global. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating in this fruitful and important event. My name is Suyanto, the chairman of this conference organizing committee. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the virtual international conference on clinical epidemiology and evidence-based medicine 2020 in conjunction with the 19th anniversary of Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Riau. The chosen theme for this conference is relevant to the public health issue spotlight, which is COVID-19. As a tribute to our seniors, deceased Professor Iwan Dwi Prahasto and Dr. Siswanto. This conference will be held virtually for 4 days, starting today at 19 and continue by 21, 26, and will be end on 28 November 2020. Starting with the first keynote speech from Professor Aigofron. Further, on the second and the third series, the invited experts from national and the international experts will present their topic about research and innovation, including vaccine development and epidemiological modeling. Last series will be the organization session and working group coordination. We are also very grateful for having Cochrane Global for their support in collaborating with this event. Please allow me to thank Dr. Carla Suarez Wese, Professor Chen Yaolong, Professor Steve McDonald, Professor Leonila F. Dance, Professor Antonio L. Dance, and Dr. Deti S. Nurjati for giving us scientific lecture on this first series today. In this conference, we also would like to welcome all participants. Around 260 participants come from the several institutions across Indonesia. We hope this conference will create our spirit to bring more attention in battling the COVID-19, especially in Indonesia. Last but not least, we would like to express special thanks to our college from Medical Faculty Universitas Riau and also from my counterpart, ICE EBM organizing committees, for your dedicated and hardworking. We worked together for nearly 4 months. We couldn't have done it with you. Finally, I sincerely hope you will enjoy today and the next subsequent conference series. I will end this speech with this pantun. Raja Ali Haji sangat dibanggakan, menegakkan Gurindam 12 berisikan nasihat. Terima kasih bagi tuan dan puan yang telah bersedia datang. Mari kita bersama ikuti agar dapat memberi manfaat. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suyanto. We are going to the next speech by Organizing Committee of ICE EBM Network Chairwoman, Dr. Dewi Santosaningsih, PhD, SPMK. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Bapak Rektor of Universitas Riau, the Chairman of COVID-19 Research and Innovation Consortium, Professor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukti, MSc, PhD, Dean of all Faculty of Medicine from members of the ICBM Network, Dean of Faculty of Medicine Universitas Riau, Professor Dr. Dedi Afandi, SPF, DFM, Dean of Faculty of Medicine Universitas Brawijaya, the host of ICBM Network 2018-2020, Dr. Wisnu Barlianto, Spesialis Anak Konsultan, the Board of Director and Board of Advisory of ICBM Network, our seniors of ICBM Network, Professor Dr. Sudikdo Sastro Asmoro, Spesialis Anak Konsultan, and Professor Dr. Siti Setiati, Spesialis Penyakit Dalam Konsultan Geriatri, our special guest speakers from Cochrane Global, Dr. Suyanto and team as the committee of this meeting, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. First, thank God for the blessings so we can attend in this meeting that is organized by collaboration between Indonesian Clinical Epidemiology and Evidence-Based Medicine ICEBM Network and the Faculty of Medicine Universitas Riau. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has hit the world since December 2019. On February 2020, WHO stated that there are questions we need answers to, and there are tools we need developed as quickly as possible. After 8 months later, some questions have been answered and some tools we need have been developed. Therefore, ICEBM Network would like to present all about COVID-19, what evidence are available. During this time of the pandemic, we lost our seniors we respect, almarhum Profesor Dr. Iwan Dwi Prahasto, PhD, and Dr. Siswanto, MSc. They left us so soon. Therefore, we dedicated this scientific meeting as a tribute to Professor Iwan and Dr. Siswanto. Thank you for attending. For the family of Professor Iwan Dwi Prahasto, Prof. Uut, and the family of Dr. Siswanto, Dr. Arif, spesialis kulit kelamin dan keluarga, atas kehadirannya pada opening ceremony. Special for all speakers, it is a true pleasure for me to welcome you. I'm very grateful to you for taking time for your busy schedule to give lecture in this conference. Finally, ICEBM Network would like to thank the committee who worked hard to organize this event. Pagi-pagi duduk di sudut, lihat kodok muter-muter. Competition is good, but collaboration is better. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. With all due respect, we invite Rector of Universitas Riau that will be represented by Dean Faculty of Medicine Universitas Riau to give the speech and following to open this conference officially. Professor Dr. Dedi Afandi, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang kami hormati Profesor Dr. Ali Kufran Mukti selaku chairman dari COVID-19 Network. Kemudian yang kami hormati Bapak dan Ibu Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran seluruh Indonesia. Kemudian Ibu Ketua dari Network ICEBM Networking, Ibu Dr. Dewi, kemudian Ketua Panitia, dan saja yang kami hormati Guru Besar Senior Prof. Dikdo, kemudian Prof. Siti, dan host ICEBM, Bapak Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Brawijaya, and our special speaker for this meeting from Cochrane Global, Cochrane Australia, Cochrane China, Cochrane Filipina, dan juga Cochrane Indonesia. Bapak dan Ibu, semua hadirin yang hadir pada kesempatan siang hari ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, good afternoon, salam sehat bagi kita semuanya. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, kita sampaikan rasa syukur yang mendalam sehingga kita masih dapat bertemu kembali melaksanakan kegiatan ini, dan seperti yang disampaikan, kegiatan ini akan berlangsung selama kurang lebih 4 hari, dan juga dalam kegiatan ini juga akan ada sesi tribute to our senior almarhum Profesor Dr. Iwan dan Dr. Siswanto, dan selanjutnya juga kita pahami bahwa ICEBM Network ini bertujuan untuk membangun kolaborasi pada bidang epidemiologi klinis dan evidence-based medicine, baik pada level nasional dan internasional. Dan peserta pada saat ini adalah seluruh member dari ICEBM di Indonesia yang meliputi kurang lebih 72 FK di seluruh Indonesia, para klinisi, para peneliti, dan mahasiswa. Dan bersempena dengan itu, kegiatan ini juga merupakan rangkaian perayaan Milad FK Unri yang ke-19 dan Milad Unri yang ke-58. And thank you very much for our special speaker in this meeting, and thank you for your participation in this meeting. Dan saya berharap ini pasti akan memberikan manfaat bagi kita semuanya. Selamat kepada Bapak Ibu mengikuti acara ini dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. ICA ABM Network Meeting pada tahun 2020 secara resmi dapat dijalankan. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
The long history of ICE EBM networking would not have been aged without the role of major health figures in Indonesia. Prof. Iwan certainly has made such a big contribution to the success of ICE EBM, which will be remembered by all of us. He left us so early, but we will for sure remember his legacy. Therefore, ICE EBM proudly present this tribute video for Professor Iwan as an appreciation for his contribution.
Pertama kali saya berkomunikasi dengan almarhum adalah pada tahun 2018, yaitu tahun pertama Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Brawijaya sebagai host dari ICBM Network untuk mengundang almarhum agar hadir dalam ICBM Network Annual Meeting and Workshop di Malang. Karena almarhum adalah senior dan salah satu dari the founding fathers ICBM Network. Almarhum adalah chairman ICBM Network ketika FKUGM sebagai host pada periode tahun 2015 sampai 2017 sebelum FKUB sebagai host. Dan beliau merupakan anggota Dewan Penasihat kami ICBM Network selama FKUB sebagai host periode 2018-2020. Antara tahun 2018 sampai 2019, saya 4 kali bertemu langsung dengan almarhum untuk berkonsultasi tentang ICBM Network, khususnya tentang penyelenggaraan ICBM Network Annual Meeting and Workshop di FK Uniswata di Cirebon tahun 2019 dan di FK Unri tahun 2020. Terakhir kali kami bertemu beliau adalah pada bulan November 2019 di Yogyakarta di sela-sela acara Covering Week. Saat itu kami berkonsultasi untuk merencanakan ICBM Network Annual Meeting and Workshop 2020 di FK Unri. Almarhum banyak memberikan inspirasi dan arahan. Dengan sangat sabar dan selalu smile, membimbing dan menguatkan kami yang muda-muda ini untuk tidak patah semangat dalam menghadapi tantangan selama melaksanakan tugas. Saya atas nama teman-teman pengurus ICBM Network periode 2018-2020 dan FKUB sebagai host ICBM Network tahun 2018-2020 sangat kehilangan dengan berpulangnya Prof. Iwan. Semoga almarhum husnul khotimah dan bahagia di sana. Selamat jalan Prof. Iwan.
Ya, saya sudah lama mendengar nama dan kiprah Prof. Iwan di Prahasto ya, di UGM maupun di Jakarta, di PIPON dan lain-lain. Kalau tidak salah sejak tahun 2005-an ya saya mendengar. Pada tahun 2011 ketika rapat ICBM di Pulau Sumur, saya mulai makin dekat dengan beliau. Sudah saling mengenal, saling bergurau dan seterusnya. Namun kedekatan yang benar-benar dekat adalah saat beliau bergabung dalam Komite Penilaian Teknologi Kesehatan atau Komite HTA di Kemenkes pada tahun 2014. Saat itu saya baru diangkat sebagai ketua komite, salah satu anggotanya adalah beliau, Prof. Iwan. Dari situ tiap kali beliau hadir tentang ngobrol, saya tahu bahwa meskipun beliau tinggal di Jogja ya dan sehari-hari sibuk mengajar, menguji, membimbing skripsi, disertasi dan lain-lain. Namun beliau hampir selalu hadir setiap kali rapat komite HTA itu. Karena beliau kan memang dalam bidang farmakologi klinik ya, jadi itu tidak dilakukan lagi. Sehingga dalam HTA seringkali dibahas masalah-masalah dalam pemanfaatan obat, klasifikasi obat, uji klinis dan lain-lain. Itu kata kuncinya bukan ketua komite HTA, tapi kata kuncinya kalau ada masalah itu diberikan oleh Prof. Iwan. Beliau juga bukan ahli ekonomi kesehatan ya, namun dengan cepat saya melihat bahwa beliau cepat memahami berbagai konsep dalam ekonomi kesehatan seperti cost effectiveness analysis, cost utility analysis, budget impact analysis dan lain-lain yang saya sendiri susah mengikutinya. Namun yang lebih mengagumkan saya adalah sikap beliau yang rendah hati ya. Beliau sangat menghargai pendapat orang lain. Beliau siap berdiskusi secara rasional, bahkan teman-teman yang jauh lebih dengan teman-teman yang jauh lebih senior. Ada yang senior seperti saya, beliau sekali lagi sangat-sangat rendah hati. Meskipun saya ngomong salah, beliau tidak mau menyalahkan, tetapi dengan cara yang lembut mengingatkan bahwa bukan begitu. Akhirnya saya menjadi sangat terbiasa dengan sikap itu dan saya sangat menghormati beliau. Sikap beliau yang konsisten itu, beliau tidak mau bercanda tentang hal yang prinsip. Misalnya suatu ketika ada diskusi dan dalam konteks bergurau ya, dan seorang yang nyeletuk, apa-apa lah KKN sedikit, beliau nggak terima ya, beliau langsung merespon bahwa tidak setuju, tidak ada KKN-KKNan. Namun bukan berarti beliau tidak suka bergurau, sambil menyimak rapat dan lain-lain. Beliau tidak jarang mengirim pesan-pesan khusus yang lucu, yang bikin kita tertawa, jadi makin akrab saja dengan jadi tidak diragukan lagi beliau merupakan pakar dengan kualitas yang sangat tinggi dan dengan dedikasi yang amat tinggi juga. Saya mendengar bahwa beliau adalah dosen favorit di FKUGM. Ya. Kalau itu benar, saya ingin menambah super favorit. Teladan tidak hanya bagi yang muda, namun juga bagi para seniornya. Maaf, saya tidak bisa nggak nangis. Bekerja beliau sangat menghilangkan rasa duka yang mendalam bagi saya dan semua yang mengenal beliau. Kami semua berdoa semoga beliau husnul khotimah. Saya kira sementara itu pesan saya.
Atas nama Prof. Iwan, juga Hasto, dan juga mewakili keluarga, saya ingin menyampaikan terima kasih dan apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya kepada pengurus besar Indonesian Clinical Epidemiology dan Evidence-Based Medicine Network atas apresiasinya kepada Prof. Iwan. Sukses selalu untuk ICBM dan mudah-mudahan Bapak Ibu terus bisa bersemangat untuk menerapkan dalam kehidupan sehari-hari. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We also would like to pay tribute to Dr. Siswanto, MEC. He was supposed to be with us today, taking part in this important meeting. He has left a remarkable legacy on the fight against COVID-19. To commemorate his commitment in the field of public health, we are pleased to present this video to remember Dr. Siswanto's contribution and devotion into ICE EPM.
Saat semua menghilang, kau tetap setia menjaga. Kau berkorban tanpa suara demi senyum yang lain. Saat semua tertidur, kau terjaga sepanjang waktu. Lupakan lelah ragamu demi raga yang lain. Dunia telah tersenyum melihat kau bertaruh nyawa. Tak pedulikan yang kau punya demi raga yang lain. Engkau pahlawan dunia, Tuhan yang kan membalas semua. Jadi lelah yang tak ternilai demi raga yang lain. Walau hampir tiada sudut untukmu menghela nafasmu.
Terima kasih atas penghargaan untuk Bapak yang sangat kami apresiasi sebesar-besarnya. Semoga apa yang Bapak sudah berikan selama ini itu memberikan kebaikan untuk semua umat manusia, dan semoga ilmu yang diberikan oleh Bapak ini bisa menjadi amal jariah yang akan terus terbawa sampai Bapak walaupun Bapak sudah meninggal dunia. Terima kasih.
Tuhan yang kan membalas semua. Jadi lelah yang tak ternilai demi raga yang lain. Jadi lelah yang tak ternilai demi raga yang lain.
Ladies and gentlemen, to express our gratitude to the Almighty God, I would like to invite Muhammad Agung Barik to lead our prayer.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, di sini saya akan memimpin doa secara bahasa dan saya akan pimpin dengan secara muslim. Bagi yang non-muslim harap menyesuaikan. Nauzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wal 'aqibatu lil muttaqin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabi Rasulillah ajma'in. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh la nabiyya ba'dah. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina warhamhuma kama rabbayana shighara wa li jami'il muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibu da'wat wa ya qadiyal hajat. Allahumma innaka afuwun karim tuhibbul afwa fa'fu anna ya karim. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina ya Allah innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Ya Allah ya Rahman ya Rahim, pada hari ini ya Allah Engkau selalu memberikan kesehatan bagi kami hamba-Mu ya Allah, hamba-Mu yang lemah ini ya Allah. Ya Allah yang Maha Pengasih lagi Maha Penyayang ya Allah, pada hari ini ya Allah kami melaksanakan kegiatan acara IC IBM ini ya Allah. Lancarkanlah ya Allah acara ini ya Allah. Sukseskan acara ini ya Allah. Mudahkan ya Allah. Berikanlah keberkahan atas setiap sesi yang kita laksanakan dalam acara ini ya Allah. Ya Allah ya Rahman ya Rahim. Saat ini ya Allah kami masih dilanda musibah dari Engkau ya Allah. Kami percaya ya Allah bahwa segala sesuatu yang ada di dunia ini ya Allah, begitu pula pandemi COVID-19 ini Allah adalah suatu dari satu kebesaran-Mu ya Allah. Suatu dari kekuasaan-Mu ya Allah. Maka dari itu ya Allah, ampunilah kami ya Allah. Berilah kami kekuatan untuk menghadapi pandemi COVID-19 ini ya Allah. Berilah kami jalan untuk keluar dari sini ya Allah. Dan berikan kami kekuatan ya Allah. Ya Allah, kami berharap semoga pandemi ini segera berlalu ya Allah. Sehingga kami bisa melaksanakan kegiatan seperti biasanya ya Allah. Seperti sedia kala ya Allah. Ya Allah ya Rahman ya Rahim, berikan kekuatan untuk kami ya Allah. Rabbana taqabbal minna salatana wa siyamana wa ruku'ana wa sujudana wa qu'udana wa tadarru'ana. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ridhaka wal jannah wa na'udzubika min sakhatika wan nar. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Allahumma ansur ikhwanana al-muslimin fi Indonesia ya Allah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Da'wahum fiha subhanakallahumma wa tahiyyatuhum fiha salam wa akhiru da'wahum anil hamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Amin, amin. Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, moving right along, we have the very special guest. That is the chairman of COVID-19 Research and Innovation Consortium, acting expert staff on infrastructure, Professor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukti MEC PhD. Professor Ali Gufron graduated from Universitas Gajah Mada as a medical doctor in 1990 and from University of Newcastle, Australia, with a degree of Doctor of Philosophy. In 2008 until 2011, he assumed the role as Dean Faculty of Medicine Universitas Gajah Mada and Vice Minister of Health, Republic of Indonesia in 2011 until 2014. Right now, he is the head of COVID-19 Research and Innovation Consortium. Please welcome Professor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukti, MEC PhD, as our keynote speaker. The time is yours.
First of all, I would like to thank Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like just to check whether my voice can be heard. Can you
Yes, it's
hear
clear,
my
Prof.
voice? Okay, thank you. Honorable Professor Dr. Aras Mulyadi, Director of University of Riau, Dean of the Faculty of Medicine from members of ICE EBM Network, Professor Dr. Dedi Afandi, Dean Faculty of Medicine, University of Riau, Dr. Wisnu Barlianto, the Dean Faculty of Medicine, Brawijaya University, as the host of ICE EBM Network 2018-2020, Board of Director, Board of Advisory of ICE EBM Network, Professor Dr. Sudikdo Sastro Asmoro, and Professor Dr. Siti Setiati, Senior of ICE EBM Network. Also, I saw here many of our colleagues. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good day to all of you. Praise to be God for His blessing that we can meet in this important conference. Before I deliver my speech, I will speak in Indonesia, bahwa kita semua kehilangan Prof. Iwan Dwi Prahasto yang kebetulan di clinical epidemiology masuknya bersama-sama saya. Demikian juga Dr. Siswanto yang teman saya waktu mengambil master, dan kalau saya di Malang selalu diajak makan oleh beliau dan Bu Ayu, istrinya dari Ibu Dr. Arif tadi. Dan tentu kita semua mendoakan semoga amalnya diterima dan diampuni segala dosanya. Dan pada waktu saya sebagai dekan, itu bagaimana waktu itu network ini, terutama UI sama UGM untuk dan yang lain bergiliran untuk bersama-sama, mulai Prof. Sudikdo tadi, untuk kita mengembangkan ICE EBM Network. Okay, now I would like to deliver my speech. I was assigned to talk about policy on research and innovation related to COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministry of Research and Technology, our national agency of research and innovation, based on our national policy law number 11/2019 on science technology national system, that we would like to have national potential research and development, including natural resources, human resources, which are limited but fragmented, and would like to integrate this into one system. And we hope that this can encourage national and economic strength. So what we are going to do by the Ministry of Research and Technology is to coordinate and conduct integrated efforts on research, development, systematic review, and implementation of invention and innovation. And of course, this basically is really related also to evidence-based medicine. But of course, because Ministry of Research and Technology is not only medicine, it is broader. But the essence is how, everything is based on evidence. And then to create supporting research ecosystem and develop research culture for Indonesian researchers, which facilitate creation of innovation for Indonesian development. And what we are going to emphasize is that the triple helix synergy and the support of an innovation ecosystem are needed to push an innovative idea into a product that is ready to be commercialized and working together in the industry. So therefore, the implementation of concept of triple helix, which determined by three important stakeholders, namely academic team from university, lecturers, professors, and also from research institution like LPNK, Research and Development Institute, then the government, as well as industry. So these three important stakeholders have to work together. That is actually we already did, and now we are doing and developing the ecosystem by developing what we call it consortium research and innovation for COVID-19. And of course that the government have a commitment in accelerating the development of pharmaceutical and medical devices industry. So therefore, there are some regulation related to this. For example, regulation of the Minister of Health, number 87, 2023, concerning the drug stuff, and also for the important reach of our natural resources, especially related to the traditional herbs, and then economic policy, as well as presidential decree number 6, 2016, concerning the acceleration of development of pharmaceutical and medical device industry. And we can say that how to ensure availability of a pharmaceutical preparation and medical devices. And in this era of pandemic COVID-19, we really, of course, it is not good for the pandemic COVID-19, but at the same time, this gives us a positive things because many researchers working together in very good harmony and in collaborative teamwork, which already, resulting in many well-designed and conducted research, evidence-based medicine, as well as we are able to develop new medical devices and increase the competitiveness of pharmaceutical and medical devices industry, as well as encourage the mastery of technology and innovation. And ladies and gentlemen, the role of the Ministry of Research and Technology and National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, regulation to the Minister of Health number 17, 2017, concerning the action plan for the development of pharmaceutical and medical device industry. And of course, encourage the growth of pharmaceutical and medical devices industry based on research and innovation, and increasing generic drug production in Indonesia. So again, Ministry of Research and Innovation setting up consortium for research innovation of COVID-19, but at the same time also we develop what we call it ideathon. So those of you who have good idea, promising idea, can be sent to us and we will review, and if it is promising, then we can give the funding. And of course, Portal Senta, LPTP, TP, and we are now developing what we call it red, white vaccine, our vaccine merah putih, which based on the, COVID-19 virus circulation in Indonesia and developed by Indonesians. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are talking about COVID-19 Research and Innovation Consortium Program, basically there are 5 groups, namely prevention, related to herbal medicine, for example, like spices, guava, orange peel, and vaccine and supplement, personal protective equipment, and hand sanitizer. Number 2 is related to screening and diagnosis. For example, Gajah Mada and UNER, as well as one of the new company in Mataram developed rapid tests, but based on antibody. This morning I went to UNPAD also to check that they are developing rapid tests, but based on antigen. And of course, like Gajah Mada recently developed what they call it Genus, which is more, simple, fast, and also cheap. This is based on the respiration and can be catched by sensor developed based on the artificial intelligence. And RT-PCR test kit, as well as mobile laboratory BSL-2. And group number 3 program is medicine and therapy, where we are developing multi-center clinical trial with some projects. For example, I saw here Dr. Jarir, one of the, our team leader in developing convalescent plasma multi-center clinical trial, serum containing antibody production, mesenchymal stem cell, as well as the group program number 4, medical and sporting equipment. This consisting many variations of medical devices, for example, like ventilators, like medical assistant robots, where the doctors, when they're trying to, treat and communicate with patient, they can be assisted by this robot. And this robot, for example, can detect whether someone actually has oxygen, saturated oxygen or not. So because many people now who are infected by COVID-19 sometimes have what they call it happy, they are happy but lack of oxygen, and without clinical symptom, suddenly they can pass away. And of course, social humanity or social humaniora. We also have research on social humaniora also and policy. And that is, during around 3 to 6 months, already produced more than 60 new diagnostics, and that I already discussed 5 groups of programs, and we have 61 new innovations related to COVID-19, and we use catalog innovation. And those of you who are interested can contact or can buy, for example, rapid test, which is very cheap. And of course, this is influenced, for example, the Ministry of Health, the Director General for Health Service, for example, based on our information, they make a decree that, the maximum price of rapid test is 150,000, for example. Previously, it was, ranging from, for example, 150 to 300,000, and also PCR tests, can be charged from 1.5 million to 3 million if they want to be fast, but now around 900,000 rupiah. And for the vaccine Merah Putih, the COVID-19 development of virus-based vaccine circulating in Indonesia and developed by Indonesian researchers, there are many research sites, for example, like Eijkman, use the platform subunit protein recombinant, mammalian base and yeast base, and then LIPI and Gajah Mada also use the protein recombinant. UI, Universitas Indonesia, developing vaccine Merah Putih based on platform of DNA, mRNA, and virus-like particles, and adenovirus. This developed by ITB, also the same with UNER, where the UNER developed with platform adenovirus and adeno-associated virus base. Ladies and gentlemen, we have National Consortium Roadmap for COVID-19. And again, I would like to emphasize that the ecosystem of research and innovation in Indonesia is very important. That ecosystem is built based on the concept of triple helix that can accelerate the vaccine development. That is, again, academician, government, industry. When we are talking about ABG, anak baru gede, but it is not anak baru gede. ABG is academicians, business, and government. So industry, government, and academician. And we hope that in the year 2021, that the Merah Putih vaccine will be able to be produced. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, that is the detailed progress of vaccine development. And we are now discussing when actually vaccination can be started in Indonesia, whether December 2020 or the beginning in the year of 2021. So when we are talking about vaccine or vaccination, actually there are at least 3 or 4 important issues. First issues is related to the speed. So as soon as possible, as soon as it's available, it is more important. And issue number 2 is the safety and the effectiveness or efficacious. So of course, all of you really understood what is the difference between efficacious and effectiveness and efficacious. And issue number 3 is related to the self-reliance. So therefore, Indonesia is developing what we call it vaccine Merah Putih. And now the consortium proposing new strategy for controlling the COVID pandemic in Indonesia. And we already wrote the policy memo. This is important because we hope that this will contribute in national economic recovery. What actually the concept of policy memo is? First, that we have to develop what we call it surveillance. So surveillance is survey or a routine and continuous collection of data case to observe the trend, conduct analysis, and to isolate or quarantine intervention with good monitoring and treatment and appropriate evidence-based decision-making. So there is actually also evidence-based medicine. So we are proposing at least 4T and 3M. 4T is the testing, tracing, tracking, and treatment should be based on evidence medicine. And when people are tested and classified as positive, whether using new technology that we are developing like genos or antigen-based test kits, then we have to support and monitor the positive one. So the positive person should not then transmit the conditions of COVID-19 infections. So therefore should be quarantine or not self-isolation, but should be monitored. And we develop what we call it wearable device or gelang. This innovation gelang using the Bluetooth with mobile phone or HP and internet with related to the cloud computing. So we will know that the positive will contact and track and communicate with whom and how they should behave, and we can work together with providers, and using the mobile phone we can inform necessary information to the positive one. And of course then we also can connect to the health pass or look like a passport, but passport special to those who are keeping the information on COVID status. And this can be connected to the international system. So when the Indonesian would like to fly, for example, to UK or to US, they know the situation, whether actually they are already exposed to the COVID-19 or not yet. So that is about testing, tracking, and treatment. For example, RT-LAMP, which is developed by LIPI, and Genos, and antigen-based, which is developed by our colleague from UNPAD. And this, I will not discuss this in detail because of the time. So this is Genos, again, it was developed by researchers in Gajah Mada, and it is non-invasive, it's different with PCR. Fast result, only take less than 10 minutes or 5 minutes. With PCR test, we have to wait around 24 hours or less than that. No need for regions, cheaper test fees, high reliability, and of course IoT. This is the ratio method when we compare in the surveillance, and that is the data. So I will move faster in order to finish soon. And that is the spread of cases of surveillance that we already are proposing to the government how to tackle and to solve pandemic COVID-19. And of course here in box number 4, we would like to encourage health center or puskesmas and local wisdom and supporting monitoring and quarantine, or at least national type of isolation. We use the Hajj dormitories atau asrama haji, hotels, local government, and then we in the future develop the vaccine, health protocol, for example, of course, 3M. And again, that is the pandemic. I will not explain, but the important here is that we will enter to the new era of economy, which is less contact economy. Therefore, new normal era, inclusive and sustainable economic recovery is very important. So, ladies and gentlemen, the essence is that we have to increase our competencies in innovation. And we see here the Global Innovation Index of score of Indonesia, for example. They are how to measure Global Innovation Index score. They use many indicators, for example, like institution, infrastructures, market sophistication, business sophistication, knowledge technology output, and creativity output. I would like to talk about one only. For example, like human capital and research, which relate to what we are discussing now. For example, we are here number 92, and Singapore is number 8. So when we compare Indonesia and Singapore, different 84. And Malaysia, for example, 29. So we are 92. So the difference is 63. So therefore, we have to work a little bit more and harder and harder. And the important here, for example, in the future that the government will develop what they call it national research priority. The priority, for example, like katalis merah putih, which can, transform from oil, palm atau minyak kelapa sawit to be changed by this catalyst jadi minyak bumi, minyak bensin, dan minyak yang digunakan untuk bahan pesawat, yaitu aftur. So when the European ban us the oil palm export, then actually Indonesia now able to change the palm oil to be aftur and also bensin. And again, I think I will not talk about this. And the important thing is that the COVID-19 pandemic has also the impact on the Sustainable Development Goals, where we realize, for example, when the consensus, where the time Indonesia, as well as the Prime Minister of UK and, Liberia, together were assigned by United Nations to draft it, the post-MDG or Sustainable Development Goals. Goal number 1, no poverty. Because of the COVID then, decrease in economic activities lead to income reduction and accelerate poverty. And of course, when we are talking about health, good health and well-being. So because of the pandemic, health facilities overload, and I'm so sorry to say again, many of our colleagues should, struggle, and some pass away because, of overload and worsening of other diseases, mental health problems due to isolation, which takes long time. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the important of scenario policymakers, how to deal with sustainable issues for COVID-19 product. But again, I will not discuss in detail. I think this is what I'm looking for, innovation Indonesia, and thank you. I think that is what I can deliver for today's, and hope that this ICE EBM seminar will be very fruitful. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Ali. Ladies and gentlemen, before going to the main session, we will take a picture, and everyone can turn your camera on. And ready? Thank you for everyone. Finally, we come to the main session of the conference, and this part will be guided by the moderator, Dr. Arfianti, MBMed, MSc, PhD. Dr. Arfianti's current position as Vice Dean for Student Collaboration and Alumni Affairs of Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Riau. Dr. Arfianti, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Noviera. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, honorable guests, respected participants, and also a very good morning to Dr. Suarez in London. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Arfianti, I'll be your moderator today. I'd like to welcome all of you to this conference series organized. I'm very happy to have so many of you today. Mentioned by the head of organizing committee, Dr. Dewi Santosaningsih. ICBM aim to build national and international networking in the area of clinical epidemiology and evidence-based medicine. I'm sure we all agree that clinical epidemiology is important for clinical practices because it applies best research evidence into clinical decision-making and help clinicians and their patient to make healthcare decisions. And as mentioned by Dr. Suyanto, today is actually the first series of webinar. So today we are focusing on the role of systematic review to provide evidence on COVID-19. And then on 21st and 26th, we are going to listen about research innovation for COVID-19 in Indonesia. So today we are very happy to have Cochrane representatives from UK, China, Philippines, and Indonesia. And we know Cochrane has been exist for 25 years to produce high quality, relevant, up-to-date systematic reviews and other synthesized evidence to inform health decision making. And in the time of COVID-19 pandemic, there have been large amount of publication related to COVID-19. And clinicians need to have skill to manage this scientific information to provide high quality health service for their patient. So today we are very lucky to have 5 great speakers with us that will deliver various topics related to the application of evidence-based medicine for clinical practice during COVID-19 pandemic. So the first speaker is Dr. Carla Suarez Weiser from Cochrane, UK, and then Yalong Chen from Cochrane, China, and then the third one, Steve McDonald from Cochrane, Australia, and then the fourth one is we are happy to have 2 important speakers, Professor Antonio Dans and Professor Leonila Dans from University of Philippines. And the 5th speaker is Dr. MPH, PhD, specialist of Indonesia. Okay, so before we get started, I'd like to remind some logistic items. So this webinar will be live in YouTube official channel of Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Riau, and will be recorded and becomes available. And all participants will be muted during presentation. But we would like very much from you to ask questions or having discussion with panel. To ask question, you can type in the chat box, and you may also click raise hand button. Okay, I'd like to check whether we are having Dr. Weiser already in the Zoom meeting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Oh.
Yes, it's very clear, Carla.
Okay, hello, how are you?
Fine, thanks.
So, good afternoon to all of you. Good morning to if there are some people, and good evening if there are some people from other parts of the world. Thank you very much for inviting me to this presentation. I would like to be able, let me just make sure, Oh my God, that I can open my slides. Oh, Betty, do you have the slides?
Yeah, I think the organizing committee has one.
Has a set of slides?
Yeah.
Oh, good, because it's not working on my computer today. All right, so thank you very much. I can see that there's quite a number of people, and it's a pleasure to be able to invite. I'd like to welcome everyone on this session as well. What I'd like to give you is a sense of what we've done and achieved with our community and with support from all over the world during this past 7 months to respond to produce evidence to support the response for COVID-19. Next slide, please. So for those of you that are not familiar, Cochrane's mission is to promote evidence-informed healthcare decision-making. And we do it by producing high quality and relevant systematic reviews. So one of the things that was really very interesting is that we were well positioned to work with our community. We're used to work in collaboration, and we're used to work and producing high quality systematic reviews. So people know that we do work in our reviews are of high quality, but it was really part of our mission is to respond to the needs of our end users, and this was the challenge that we had to really upscale and become more agile during this process, like many of us had to be able to support decision making during this time. Next slide, please. So how did we do that? As I said, you know, one of the important thing is that we are really considered an organization that produce high quality evidence, so people trust. But what we needed was an agile response. And to me, what was very clear from the beginning that in order to be able to respond agile, we needed to collaborate. We need to provide methodological support to all our teams working on this very high speed process. We need to make sure that we had a very good process of quality assurance and to scale up our game in terms of editorial process and fast track. So for example, our fast track, we had a fast track prior to this crisis, and during our fast track, usual process was to finalize the editorial process and publish reviews within 7 to 8 weeks. And during the COVID response, this had to go to producing reviews and publishing it within 2 to 3 weeks, 4 weeks at maximum, and without compromising the quality of the reviews. So it was really quite a challenge that was only possible because of the main teams all over the world that supported. And here I wanted to special thanks to Ya Long and his team, because there was a lot of initial information coming from China, and basically we had a lot of goodwill and support from the Chinese Cochrane Center to be able to interpret these results and make sure that we were working collaboration. Next, please. But we also had to look at our stakeholders and make sure that our work were in collaboration with the World Health Organization. We took an approach from the beginning that we would be working on certain areas, and we then used the taxonomy that was proposed by a network, COVID End. We decided that, you know, our experience on providing support in terms of screening, and we were good in a good place to put together a register, and this register was together with the crowd. was really a source of support for screening, rapid screening of these reviews. We worked with methods groups. It's because we focus on rapid reviews and living systematic reviews. And one of the key areas that we really had to think as a priority is how and when to update these living systematic reviews. So for some areas, like for example, the quarantine review, the update of the review meant that the question that was relevant at that time from April to July had changed. So the update of the review meant that really the whole process would have to be completed again. And as I said, we put a lot of effort to upscale our fast track publication. And you see, I'll give some examples, but during this crisis, we've published we fast track 20 systematic reviews, and they were all the editorial process completed between 2 to 4 weeks at maximum. Next slide, please. But to us, really was very important that we coordinate and prioritize our questions in partnership with the World Health Organization. So we, from the beginning, started dialogue. We linked teams, author teams of Cochrane to their priorities, to respond to their priority questions. We supported this process with quality assurance and also sharing with them our standards. We produced, as I said, a number of rapid reviews and living systematic reviews, and we're still producing. And we made all the evidence that we produce available to the World Health Organization at the point of submission after the quality assurance. Next, please. These are the key areas that we, from the beginning, thought that we would have, enough expertise in Cochrane to provide support. Clinical management, this is really something that we have a lot of groups and a lot of expertise. We had, we thought that was very important that we tackle public health measures. So we've done a series of reviews related to quarantine, to travel ban, to self-isolation, and to physical interventions. And we also strive to get some reviews that are in the area of economic and social response. That is something a little bit out of our comfort zone, but we felt that was important to support the rehabilitation and to support the way forward on this crisis. Next, please. And as I said, one of the things that we've done in the beginning is to really create a source of a number of resources to authors that would like to produce these reviews. So we started by creating a review bank on which we asked the community to support us in what are the questions that they should, that they wanted us to answer. This was really something because when we put the questions in place, there was really over 250 questions. So there was a lot of interaction with the community to prioritize the relevant questions. Obviously, we needed to make sure that we had enough resource to do the key questions. We couldn't do all the questions that were asked, but also to look at the duplication of effort because there were many groups producing these reviews worldwide. We also created information for authors, how we, in this agile process, how we would respond to authors and how we would accept papers and subject the papers to peer review, guidance in terms of methods, and provided a source of resource of everything that we were doing, including our special collections. Next, please. The other thing that we've done, as I mentioned, was to create a register of COVID studies. So this is different from other registers because if the study had been published in different, for example, journal article and a trial registry record or preprint, they would be linked as one study, the 3 reference as one study. So the last time I searched, there was over 27,000 reference. And these references have been now, we're looking at the study characteristics to be able to tag the population, the intervention, and the outcome, and the type of study design, you know, the aim of the study. So we as you know, we usually our register, it's more focusing on randomized trials, but during this crisis, it was clear that we had to do much more than just randomized trials. So this software, this register is available, open access, and it has been used both by Cochrane groups, but also outside Cochrane, including mentioned as a key source of studies in the World Health Organization database. Next, please. Also, what we thought that was very important was to involve consumers on this process. So very early on in the process, we established a consumer rapid response group, and they were involved both in helping producing, but also in peer review and any support knowledge translation activities. So this is at the moment something that is still going on. Next, please. And but there were other ways that the community participated on this process. One important way was the crowd. Cochrane crowd, as many of you know, has been in place for a number of years already. And so they had a number of challenges to support authors identifying studies relevant to the COVID response. And just as an example, when we had to update the quarantine review, there were 6,000 references that were assessed by the crowd by 125 people in 2 days. So it's really a huge support. And I think it showed us that there is much more than, you know, it's in order to participate and collaborate, there were a number of very important things to do, not only producing the reviews, but to support the production in different ways. Next, please. So basically our journey started in February. We put together a working group. We worked with the methods group to really identify how we wanted to do these reviews and what are the guidance to be able to do this review in an appropriate way. And as of November, as I said, we have 20 rapid and living systematic reviews that were published. Some of them have been updated more than once already. And we are now in a phase that we need to move from a sprint to marathon. So for this, we want to be able to make sure that we understand which reviews should be supported as living systematic reviews. As you know, living systematic reviews are very important during this crisis, but they are really time consuming. I know Stephen will speak more about their own experience with living guidelines, and they are resource intense. So usually we had guidance of when the review should be updated, but during this crisis, this guidance had to be revised and had to be adapted to the current situation. So we're working close to the members of the community to be able to support this process. Next, please. You probably have seen also that we've put together a number of special collections of reviews, Cochrane reviews that are open, that are freely available and have been translated in more than 10 languages. The most recent one was about clinical rehabilitation, just thinking of this change from a sprint to marathon. But these collections are updated when new evidence becomes available or some of the reviews get updated. Next, please. These are just an example of some of the reviews that we've published during this crisis. As I said, there was a focus on clinical outcomes and also on public health measures. So, and you can see all of them in the Cochrane Library. They are available free for free access for all these reviews. Next, please. And just as an example of a review that is a living systematic review, the convalescent plasma has been updated 3 times already. The first publication was in May, then was updated in July and October, and it's finally including randomized trials. The first time that we published, there was no results of randomized trials available, although there are 138 ongoing studies. And 73 of them are randomized trials. So we'll keep updating this review in a very regular base so that we produce the evidence that people need to make that decision. Next, please. I think one of the important lessons from this process is that there is a need to balance speed and the quality of the evidence that we produce. So for us, it was very important that we don't lose sight of what we aim for, that is high quality reviews, because we think that that's the way we can support policymakers and the public with the relevant information. Next, please. And for us, it's also important that we think what are the ways we going forward, what we want to do. So those are the discussions we're having now. We're working with our stakeholders to define what are the priorities. We continue to support the production of these reviews and the knowledge translation so that we put the evidence to the hand of the user in the way that is possible for the user to use this evidence. But next slide. We also know that in a lot of ways, one of the challenges for us is really to identify the appropriate resource to continue working on, on this speed and on this level. So I don't think it's a surprise for none of you that many of us all over the world are really struggling to deal with the current crisis. So for us, it's also important that we work with our stakeholders and we identify the appropriate resource to deliver and interpret the evidence with their own limitations. I think that's it. That's the last slide. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. And I'm here if anyone wants any question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Weiser. I'm really sorry because my internet connection is a bit off when I gave you introduction. So it is a very nice presentation, but please bear with me. Hold your question, and then we're going to have a panel discussion at the end of presentation. And then we would like to move into the second presentation by Professor Yaolong Chen from Cochrane Lanzhou University of China. CV, please. So, can I have Professor? Okay, thank you. Okay, can I first have Professor Chen?
Yeah, I have already shared my screen. It's okay.
Sorry, Professor Chen.
It's okay for you to see my screen? Hello?
Actually, we would like to introduce. Is it okay?
Yes, okay.
Hello. Professor Chen. Okay, I'd like to. Anyone of IT staff can display Professor Chen CV, please.
So can I share my screen now?
Sorry. Okay. Can I have like 1 minute? Thank you. Okay, Professor Yaolong Chen.
Yeah. Yes.
Evidence-based medicine Center of Lanzhou University, also the co-director of WHO Collaborating Center for Guideline Implementation and Knowledge Translation. And I knew that he's now the chair of Guideline International Network Asia. And I saw that he did a bachelor and master degree and also PhD degree in Lanzhou University. And between 2010 and March 2011, he's a visiting research fellow in McMaster University. Professor Yaolong Chen, you have 20 minutes and time is yours.
Okay, thank you. So my screen is okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I appreciate your invitation and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Today, I'm going to talk about how to work together with methodologists, clinicians, health policymakers from more than 10 countries to develop a rapid COVID-19 guideline within 1.5 months. This is my statement of disclosure. I have no economic conflicts of interest, and my research interests, including clinical practice guidelines, systematic reviews, and evidence-based medicine. As we know, clinical practice guideline received its definition in 1990 from Institute of Medicine, and the definition had been updated in 2011, which emphasized the importance of systematic reviews in guideline development. The number of clinical practice guidelines have increased rapidly over the past 3 decades. 1,400 guidelines were published in medical journals worldwide in English in 2018, and more than 2,000 are expected to be published in 2020. In China, more than 220 clinical practice guidelines have been published last year. During COVID-19, many national and international organizations began to develop clinical practice guidelines on COVID-19. One study published in BMJ showed that 18 guidelines available earlier in the COVID-19 had methodological weaknesses and neglected vulnerable groups such as older people and children. The overall quality was poor, particularly in the domain of stakeholder involvement and editorial independence, non-guidelines based on systematic review. Our follow-up study included more than 100 guidelines on COVID-19, also got the similar conclusions. So today, I'd like to share with you one example about a guideline for management of children with COVID-19. The project supported by China National Clinical Research Center for Children Health and Disorders and supported by dozens of national and international institutions and organizations, such as Cochrane China Network, Cochrane Indonesia, Cochrane Korea, Cochrane Japan, WHO Collaborative Center for Guideline Implementation and Knowledge Translation, Grid Centers, and Minds from Japan. 67 people from 11 countries, including pediatricians, infection disease physicians, epidemiologists, clinical pharmacists, methodologists, nursing practitioners, health economics, general practitioners, legal experts, global health researchers, and children's parents participated in the guideline. The guideline was launched on January 26, and it was registered at the International Practice Guideline Registry platform on February 1st. As we know, prior registration of clinical trials and systematic reviews have provided an opportunity to improve the clarity of methods and objectives while reducing unnecessary duplication. So do guideline registration. Before we started our guideline, we drafted and published the protocol. Protocol could provide the background and rationale for developing a guideline, highlighting specific clinical questions that are addressed and taking into consideration management of conflicts of interest. It also includes the timeline. We used Gantt chart to show a visual view of tasks scheduled over time. We completed the rapid guideline within 50 days. We conducted 11 rapid reviews and 1 follow-up clinical study to support our recommendation. Those rapid reviews have been cited hundreds of times after publication by other researchers and medical journals, including The Lancet, JAMA, and Nature series medical journals. In this guideline, we used a grid to rating the quality of evidence and the strength of recommendations. We also wrote the guideline based on right checklist reporting items for guideline in healthcare, which made our guideline more transparent and explicit. The guideline was published in Annals of Translational Medicine in May, and it included 10 recommendations, covered COVID-19 in children less than 18 years old, and reflects the differences between children and adults in terms of diagnosis, assessment, and management, as well as the needs of children of different ages. For evaluation and diagnosis of children with COVID-19, we believe home observation is an important and appropriate option, since most children infected with SARS-CoV-2 are often asymptomatic and present with milder symptoms than adults. CT scan should not be used routinely as an imaging test for diagnosis. Regarding drug therapy, there is no direct clinical evidence for the effectiveness of antivirus drugs, hormone, or IVIG in treatment of children with COVID-19. Considering potential side effects, resources availability, and patients' preference and values related to these interventions. None of those drugs were recommended at that time, except within the context of clinical trial. Breastfeeding mothers should continue to breastfeed if their condition permits, but with appropriate protection. Children should be first screened and their families referred for consultation by telephone and the internet, which can promote the rational use of medical resources and reduce the risk of infection. Parents should obtain reliable health information regularly from official channels and communicate this with their kids. Our guideline has been translated into 20 languages, as I showed in this slide, and can be downloaded for free. The guideline has been indexed and posted in Guideline International Network Library and the ECRI database, which was formerly known as US National Guideline Clearinghouse. This database has very strict inclusion criteria. The guideline must be based on systematic reviews, and our guideline was listed one of the most viewed guidelines in it over the last few months. In summary, our guideline has several strengths. First, to our knowledge, this guideline is the first international rapid advice guidelines for management of children with COVID-19 based on WHO guidance approach. Second, our recommendations are supported by rapid reviews, and our guideline is based on systematic reviews of existing guidelines on COVID-19. Third, we included children's parents and considered their values and preference. Our recommendations should be considered with also some limitations. First, the number of confirmed cases in children is still small so far, hence robust evidence is not available. The evidence is still evolving and things may change. Second, most of the evidence is from adults with COVID-19. The generalizability of results from adult to children regarding the mental, physical, and social implementations of stricter quantity may be questionable. However, many of our recommendations suggest restricting interventions to avoid overdiagnosis and overtreatment. The quality of evidence supporting the harmfulness of these interventions is moderate or even high. At the end of the guideline, we also listed a couple of questions that remain priority for field research. For example, how contagious are children infected with SARS-CoV-2 compared with adults? Under what conditions should children who have had contact with COVID-19 patients be tested for SARS-CoV-2 PCR? We also include some general questions. For example, how does quarantine affect the psychological condition of children with COVID-19? And should public health officials close schools? And what is the effect of school closure on the children and for disease control? I believe that some of those questions already have preliminary answers, but others remain unanswered. In order to ensure the timelines and the reliability of the recommendation in guideline. The working group is updating the guideline to incorporate the latest evidence on COVID-19 in children. And the protocol has been finished and will be published this month. The updated guideline will be released January 2021. More international experts, including the founder of evidence-based medicine, Professor Gordon Guyot from McMaster University, also had joined us. As far as we know, this guideline is one of the most widely participated guidelines on COVID-19 in the world, and an international guideline organized and led by scholars from Asia countries on COVID-19. I welcome your interest in following the progress of the guideline and help disseminate and apply it when it is published. This picture was joined by my daughter during COVID-19. Showed a child with Crohn, and I read her the contents of our guideline. Although she is only 8 years old, she already has a very good understanding of what COVID-19 is. And he shared the contents of the guideline with her classmates when he visited her school. I appreciate all those involved in this guideline, and a special thanks to my family for their support during COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chen. It is very insightful talk, how you build international practice guideline, especially about children with COVID-19. I think we're going to have many questions about that from the audience. Okay, I think we first need to move on into the third speaker. So Dr. Steve McDonald, are you there?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you for having with us today. So first, let me introduce Dr. Steve McDonald. So Dr. Steve did his bachelor and master in UK, Loughborough University and University of Cambridge, UK, and then did the graduate diploma in International Health, Monash University, Australia. And he now is the Senior Research Fellow, Information Specialist in School of Public Health and Preventive Medicine at Monash University, and the co-director of Cochrane Australia. And I believe that he has published so many journal articles, very important, related to evidence-based medicine. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Dr. Steve. Time is yours. You have 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Salamat Sore. It's very great pleasure to be with you in your virtual conference. It's a very great pity that I haven't been able to get to Indonesia this year. In fact, I haven't even left Melbourne for the last 10 months. And so I'm missing not being able to travel, and certainly not being able to travel to Indonesia. So thank you very much for the invitation to speak to you this afternoon, and for the opportunity to share with you our experiences in producing living guidelines for COVID-19. As Arfianti said, I'm Steve McDonald. I'm co-director at Cochrane Australia, and what I would normally be doing is coordinating our centre's systematic reviews training program. But in the last 10 months, I've been seconded to work as the Senior Information Specialist on the National COVID-19 Clinical Evidence Task Force. And so in this presentation, I'd like to take you through how the guidelines came about and give you a flavor for how we produce the guidelines and what the guidelines contain. So just to give you a little bit of background, in Australia, we've been relatively lucky in being having, I guess, an unscathed pandemic. We've got nearly 28,000 cases of COVID-19 recorded since the beginning of the pandemic and under 1,000 deaths. So I know compared with many countries, we've had a relatively lucky time. Of course, being in Melbourne during July, August, September, October, we were in a very strict lockdown. So we had 3 months where we really couldn't move more than about 5 kilometers from home. And it's only now in the last couple of weeks that we've been able to leave the house and see friends and drive out of Melbourne. So it's been a long haul. But back in March, when we began, the idea for this guideline started as the cases began to emerge. And the idea was that we could produce some living guidelines for COVID-19. And Cochrane Australia has been involved for a few years now in putting a consortium together of various guideline groups in stroke, diabetes, and musculoskeletal conditions. And so this was really a perfect opportunity to transfer some of those methods and approaches that we had applied in those disciplines and to apply that in the area of COVID-19. So what we do as a task force, we bring together peak bodies. There are 32 peak bodies across Australia with the aim of supporting Australian clinicians with continually updated and evidence-based guidance for the clinical care of people with COVID-19. And we really do that by undertaking this continuous evidence surveillance to identify and then rapidly synthesize research as it comes through on a week-by-week basis. And the idea is that we offer a trusted source of national guidance, a unified clinical voice providing reassurance to Australian clinicians. And I think it's really critical in terms of our mission and our overall purpose is to have this unified, consistent voice. For a start, when the pandemic obviously started, the evidence was very sparse. There was a lot of uncertainty. And so what we wanted to do is to bring people together to ensure that there wasn't different groups saying different things. And that really reflects the sort of the cross-disciplinary nature of the pandemic. And then I think thirdly, of course, by having a single effort focused on providing national guidelines means that you're avoiding all of these different groups and organizations separately going away and developing their own guidelines. And so I think really that's been one of the big benefits in this whole idea of having a national task force. So this just gives you a flavor, and I know you won't be able to see the names here, of the different members that we have as part of the task force. So we've got midwives, nurses, paramedics, intensivists, general practitioners, all of them providing volunteer support in terms of clinical experts and panel members. And we're very generously funded by the Commonwealth Government and also the Victorian State Government, as well as several philanthropic organisations. So if we think about the classic fable of the tortoise and the hare, we often think about guidelines as traditionally being the tortoise. They're very slow moving, very ponderous, monolithic structures that take many years to come into being. And often that process of establishing guideline groups, prioritizing questions, scoping the evidence, synthesizing the evidence, drafting the recommendations, consulting stakeholders and publishing the guidelines can take anything from 3 to 5 years. And of course, in that time, often by the time a guideline is published, then the recommendations may themselves be out of date. So what we're trying to do in a living guidelines model is to condense that 3 to 5 year period into a week, and then to keep that and maintain those guidelines on a week by week basis. So an enormous ambitious goal, and quite daunting when we started this back in March. And the idea is that we are able to provide real-time, up-to-the-minute advice to clinicians who are providing frontline care to those with COVID-19. And the idea, therefore, is that rather than having these sort of troughs of evidence being up to date and not up to date, we really maintain the guidelines as always reliable and always up to date. So what we do each week, in fact, each day, we would identify any new research that's relevant to the scope of the guidelines. We have teams that will evaluate and then synthesize this evidence that's used then as the basis for any new recommendations. We're also gathering information and evidence that might inform or influence those existing recommendations. So things about harms and benefits, any sort of information about the acceptability or the feasibility of interventions, as well as things like economics as well. And then we have panels of experts who review this evidence and make new and updated recommendations on a week-by-week basis. And then on a Thursday, every Thursday, we would then publish a new version of the guideline. So this just gives you an idea of the structure that we had to put in place when we first conceived of these guidelines. So it's a very highly structured work stream. At the bottom there, we've got the guideline team. Those are the people who are the doers, who identify the evidence, appraise and synthesize the evidence, who draft the recommendations using the grade methodology. That information is then fed through to all of these different permanent clinical expert panels that will then interpret that evidence, make decisions about what the recommendations should be. And each week, those recommendations then go through to a guidelines leadership group who make the decision whether or not to approve those guidelines. And finally, before publication, there's a steering committee which consists of representatives of each of the different peak bodies as part of the task force. And they're the final approvers of the guideline recommendations. So that process by which we provide evidence to the guideline panels, the leadership group makes a decision, and the steering committee approves and publishes the guideline, can be as short as 7 to 10 days. In addition to the guideline recommendations, we also have a series of clinical flowcharts that really are available for frontline clinicians, and they're specific to each stage or severity of the disease. So the pandemic has been notable for many different features. I think one of the main features, of course, has been this acceleration in the dissemination of research output. And as Carla talked about earlier on, we have the Cochrane COVID-19 study register, which now has nearly 30,000 registered and published studies. The COVID NMA site based in France is monitoring all of the randomized controlled trials that are registered and then published. So we've got nearly 2,100 randomized trials registered, of which about 121 have now been published. And then there are also many systematic reviews that are being conducted. And Prospero has currently over 2,500 registered systematic reviews. I think one of the one of the things that I've noticed being an information specialist and seeing and screening so many citations is just the sheer volume of systematic reviews that have been produced. I mean, there are far many more systematic reviews of hydroxychloroquine than there are randomized trials, for example. And so that is enormous sort of duplication of effort that's going in some of these systematic reviews. And in fact, really, we're now really focused on living systematic reviews that we know are done by really reputable organizations that have committed to updating, keeping those reviews up to date. And we really rely on some of those reviews to inform some recommendations in our guidelines. Another, I guess, a feature, particularly early on in the pandemic, was this sheer overwhelming volume of not just the research output, but it was all of the different organizations and groups worldwide that were developing repositories of research, collating information about trials. And as an information specialist trying to sift through what evidence we should be looking for and which sources we should be searching for, was really quite a big task. I think as the pandemic has worn on, the number of these sources that we can focus on has got fewer and fewer as some of these resources have, I guess, dropped by the wayside. People's enthusiasm for keeping them up to date have waned. And so we're really now focused on a couple of really very important sites that we know are up to date and provide a good resource for COVID-19 evidence. So just to give you a little bit of an indication, so LitCovid, which is kind of a subset of the PubMed database, they're currently tracking at around 2,000 publications relating to COVID-19 each week. And that database now contains over 70,000 publications and articles that are relevant to COVID-19. Another really noticeable feature of the pandemic has been the dissemination of study results through preprint servers such as medRxiv and Research Square. And if you can see from this chart here, it's pretty consistent that around about 20% or a fifth of research articles that are being published are published first as preprints. And this is something that we haven't really seen in medical sciences before. And it was interesting, initially our guideline panels were quite skeptical about including preprints, because traditionally guidelines, you would never consider any studies other than peer-reviewed publications. But as I'll explain a little bit later on, that would have been quite a restrictive position if we didn't accept preprints. So we developed a policy quite early on that we would include preprints and make necessary sort of adjustments or a sort of caution into how we interpret and use that evidence. So just to give you a little flavor of what my role is in the guideline, so what we're interested in is the care and management of people who have COVID-19. So in some ways, that's quite a nice focused area of concern. We're not dealing with infection control or public health issues. We're really focused on clinical care and management of COVID-19. And so essentially what we're focusing on is reports of randomized controlled trials that relate to the clinical care and management. And so we now are searching on the WHO COVID-19 database, which again is a sort of a federated search amalgamation of different sources. We have a number of systematic review and rapid summary sites that we make sure that we're across what they're producing, and including Cochrane. And we also have a way of checking that the French COVID NMA site, which monitors several different databases, including the Cochrane Study Register, we make sure that any randomized trials that they identify, that we've already identified through our searches too. And we, every day, will check the preprint servers of medRxiv and Research Square. Because essentially what we want to be able to do is that within 24 hours of a randomized trial being published, we want that trial to be assessed, appraised, and sent through to the guideline panels for their consideration. So behind the scenes, we have about 8 to 10 people who are working sort of part-time or full-time and have been doing so for the last sort of 6 to 8 months. And which is really why we need that resource from the federal government funding and the state government funding to really support this activity. So we get together every morning on a Zoom call about 9 o'clock in the morning, and by that time I would have put forward all of the new research and studies that have been published overnight. And then during the day, the different teams will assess and synthesize that evidence. They'll prepare the guideline profiles and getting information ready for the guideline panels. And we use Slack prolifically. In fact, I don't think it would be possible to produce a guideline this rapidly without some kind of workplace communications tool like Slack. It really has been an amazing tool to use. So we use the Magic guideline platform to write and publish the guidelines. So this platform takes you through all of the steps that you need to take when you're considering a body of evidence. You're thinking about what are the other factors that you should consider when making a recommendation, things about benefits and harms, the certainty of the evidence, its acceptability, feasibility, etc. And one of the things I probably should have mentioned before is that as well as the clinical expert panels, all of the recommendations are also informed by discussions with the consumer panel. So for all of the recommendations, particularly where there may be implications for decisions about end-of-life care or pregnancy care, then those decisions, it's really important that we have that consumer input into those recommendations. And there's just an example of how the guideline looks on the Magic platform with the recommendation and then the strength of the recommendation against each one. Sitting behind those recommendations, as Yanong would have explained, we use the grade methodology. So for each of those recommendations, we have this very systematic and transparent system for rating the certainty of evidence and grading the strength of those recommendations. And so anyone who accesses the guidelines can go into those evidence profiles, can have a look at how we've assessed the evidence. If we've downgraded for a particular concern like imprecision or risk of bias, they can have a look at the reasons why we've downgraded for that particular domain. So this is just gives you some indication of what the scope of our living guidelines is. So on the left there, you've got the different topics that the guideline covers, everything from definitions of disease severity. The bulk of the guideline is made up of recommendations around disease-modifying treatments, but we also look at prophylaxis, a lot of respiratory support interventions, and then care for pregnancy and perinatal care and for child and adolescents. So when we began the guideline back in early April, there was about 8 recommendations. And as of today, with version 28, we're now up to 112 recommendations across the clinical care. So if I just zoom in on some of the disease-modifying treatments, we're now at the stage where we have sufficient evidence to make recommendations for a number of different treatments, so like corticosteroids and remdesivir, where we have some conditional recommendations. And then we have sufficient evidence now to make recommendations against hydroxychloroquine, interferon beta, and lopinavir/ritonavir. We then have another section which is called disease-modifying treatments not recommended outside clinical trials. And this is where the evidence base is still very uncertain, and we're really only recommending these treatments be used in the clinical trial setting. And there's about 30 treatments that we've assessed as being only in research. And as you can see there, we for each of these recommendations, particularly when we're making a recommendation to do something, that we bring in the pregnancy panel and the child and adolescent panel to make sure that those recommendations are also applicable to those particular populations, and if not, what particular differences or nuances to those recommendations need to be made. I mentioned earlier about the accelerated dissemination of results through preprints, and I just wanted to show and highlight this as an example. So within the guidelines,
you have 1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. We have 81 randomized trials, and of those, about 50% of those have been published first as preprints. So clearly, if we were to have excluded preprints from the guidelines, that would have had, they would have looked extremely different to what they do now. But we make concessions in that we would either downgrade for evidence if we felt that there was a reason to do so. But in fact, in a lot of cases, and particularly here with the recovery trial, information from protocols, from the statistical analysis plan are available publicly. So we use that information to inform our decisions about risk of bias and so on in the case of preprints. So we publish online, but also you can access the guidelines using the Magic app on your mobile or tablet. We've had over 160,000 users access the guidelines, and many of those have come from outside of Australia. And we're also a trusted source for the media. And I think this has really been important when we have so much misinformation, including from politicians spruiking cures and so on, that the journalists have one place to go, that they know what the Australian sort of position is and guidance is around different treatments for COVID-19. And I'll just leave that there to say that we're looking at expanding into infection control in the new year, and also going to look at some of the implications for the long-term effects of COVID-19. Okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Steve. That's a very inspiring talk about how you build a national task force for guideline for COVID-19. And especially I want to emphasize your last slide. I think that in addition to producing so many evidence, it is very important to to be able to communicate with the public, especially like general audience, how to communicate your results. So it's to reduce the misinformation about COVID-19. Okay, now we are going to move into the fourth session. This is very interesting because we have two speakers from Philippines. Hi, Professor Leonila and Professor Antonio, sorry. So let me first read your CV. So Professor Leonila Dans is a professor from Department of Pediatric and Department of Clinical Epidemiology, University of Philippines. His working experience is so amazing. So he's a practicing clinician, educator, researcher, and also health advocate. And he's been producing many guidelines as well, and also many Cochrane reviews, I think relating to pediatric rheumatology, evidence-based pediatric and clinical practice guideline developments. And for me, the most interesting is that with Professor Antonio, they both co-author a book called Painless Evidence-Based Medicines. I hope that we can hear from you about these books, hopefully from your presentation. And the second, Professor Antonio Dans, can I have the CV, please? Okay, so Antonio is a professor at the University of Philippines, College of Medicine, Department of Medicine, College of Medicine, and also academician of National Academy of Science and Technology. He's also director of Asia Pacific Center of Evidence-Based Medicine, and he's the associate editor for Journal of Clinical Epidemiology USA. Okay, I think it's enough for me for the introductions. Without further ado, time is yours, Professor Antonio and Lonila. Okay, can I please unmute Professor Antonio? Sorry, can you unmute from there? Learning? No? Okay. Hold a second.
Yeah, now.
Okay, yeah, good.
Okay, you can hear us now. Share. I'll share my slides.
Okay, can I share the slide, please?
Yes. Can you see the slides?
It's very clear. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, everyone. So allow us first to thank the organizers of this scientific meeting of the ICE-EBM network for inviting us to talk to you today. In the Philippines, as you can see from this slide, we always put the name of the wife on top. But that doesn't mean she did most of the work. It only means when there's disagreement, she has the right to veto. Anyway, so our topic is about using evidence for COVID-19. And Inday will start the talk.
So in the year 2020, we were hit not just by the pandemic, but actually an infodemic. And there was so much information that everybody was getting confused on which to believe and not to believe. So how much information are we getting at that time? So if we review, from different sources, this was as of yesterday, when we looked at and searched for COVID-19 in PubMed, we were able to get 75,000 peer-reviewed publication. And if we expand our search and look at World Health Organization that covers a little more, globally, we were able to get 123,000 studies, and that would amount to something like 2 new publications every minute. And if we do more general search, like looking at Google Scholar, it gave us around 1.3 million web pages about COVID-19. And a more general search with Google gave us 6.5 billion hits to go into if you want to know about COVID-19.
So there's really a lot of information going around, but I think the big question is, how much of this is fake news? So there's an interesting study from Italy published in August 2020, Muscadelli et al., who reviewed the 2,000 or more most widely shared articles in Italy on the web. And they traced about 10 million shares of these articles on Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, and Pinterest. They used a software called BuzzSumo and conducted the study between December and April of 2020, so just at the start of the pandemic. So this is what they found. The most commonly shared articles had to do with vitamin C or vitamin D, the use of garlic, the role of 5G in transmitting the virus, the role of vaccines, the conspiracy theories on the origin of COVID-19 and how it may have been manufactured from a laboratory or was an accidental product of HIV research in a laboratory. And they first looked at those 2,000 articles and distinguished how many were fake and how many were real news. And they found that nearly a third were fake news. And I think that's a huge number. In general, more verified news than fake news. But in some instances, like with vitamin D, there were more fake news actually than real news in vitamin D. The bigger part of the story is the 10 million shares. And they found that of the 10 million shares, 23.1% shared the fake articles So about 1/4. And that may seem like a minority, but it's a huge minority because the 23% accounts for 2.3 million shares of fake news.
So who shares this COVID-19 fake news? So in another study, and this is authored by David Laser, this is a 50-state US study. And they looked at 1.6 million accounts, Twitter accounts in 50 states, and they analyzed 29 million tweets from January to September. That's a 9-month duration of the study. What they found out was very interesting. There were 2 determinants of who shares COVID. One is fake news, and one is age. They saw that the older you are, the more likely you are to share fake news. And the other determinant would be whether, this is US, so they have to look at their political affiliations. The Republicans are more likely to share fake news. But the other interesting finding in that study is that who believes this fake news? There seems to be a mismatch. If you look at this graph, it seemed like the younger age group, 18 to 29 as well as 30 to 49, seem to believe the fake news compared to that of the older age group.
The author did not declare conflict of interest.
So we don't know whether he's
we don't know if he's
or
Republican or Democrat. But these were the findings. So now the big question is, where do these fake news come from? I think one of the more common causes is expert opinion. And we do know there's a lot of disagreement when we look at the same data. And sometimes it borders between fake news and real news. And commercial interests, of course, will always come in. If you're trying to sell something, then you can use fake news to sell that. And even web page managers note more hits when they put fake news, and that's an incentive for posting fake news. Of course, there are political forces. Now you're delving into the field of using information to damage the reputations of others. And now and then there are just pranksters. The impact has been that fake news are likely to be read because they're more interesting. If a conspiracy is always interesting, they're more likely to be shared exactly for that same reason. And they're more likely to be believed because people sharing fake news tend to sound very sure of themselves. If you knew about all the uncertainty with COVID information, you would always be cautious when you say something. And of course, when you have fake news about tests and treatments and prevention, claims and policies, then there's likely to be harm. And the outline of our talk actually is to discuss the recipients of this fake news, talk about how we in the Philippines experienced what we did to shield scientists, clinicians, the general public, and policymakers. So 4 parts of our talk. And I will talk about how we dealt with the science part. I think it's mainly covered by many of the previous speakers.
So I'll talk about, what we initially did when there was, big confusion with a lot of information. So since, in clinical epidemiology as well as EBM practitioners, we are more familiar with evidence. So the first thing that we did is to initiate rapid evidence review for this COVID-19 management. So, we started March, and by April 8, we were able to upload it in a website. What was very, surprising was that we didn't have funds, but we were able to get a total of 90 volunteer clinical epidemiologists and health professionals from various universities, and also the Asia Pacific Center for Evidence-Based Healthcare helped us complete these evidence reviews. As of now, there are so many rapid evidence reviews that you can access in the online. But what is quite unique here is that when we started, there were some locally relevant issues that I'm sure wouldn't have been tackled by the other rapid evidence reviews website now. We had, I'll just highlight some of them. We had, some people pushing for melatonin as a prophylaxis for COVID-19. There was a big push in one province here from Cebu to use steam inhalation as an adjunct treatment for COVID-19 as well. There was also a push to use virgin coconut oil. Among the treatment, we also looked at mesenchymal stem cell therapy for COVID. This is still quite popular in some facilities in the Philippines. And one of the big controversies earlier on, and not just in the Philippines, and I think this is globally, is the use of rapid antibody tests. There seemed to be a need to use tests, and there seemed to be no available ideal test at that time. So the rapid review was used in a lot of the policies to be as part of the COVID-19 response. And as an offshoot, we were able to do a rapid review to use a 14-day symptom-based test to screen for employees who are about to return to work.
So the other group, so for scientists, we tried to at least format the evidence into something consumable for and clinicians, but also for other clinicians such as community healthcare workers, nurses, and midwives, all of whom who take care of COVID-19 patients. We developed unified algorithms. So many societies help. Again, this was with no funds available. This was purely volunteer work from the major societies in the Philippines. We used a standard algorithm format because there were hundreds of algorithms circulating, which were very confusing. So our standard symbols were composed of four things: a clinical state box, which is a rounded rectangle. You can see suspect case, how to manage a suspect case, how they become confirmed probable or non-COVID respiratory infection. We also had a decision box, which exits to the, contains a question answerable by yes or no. It exits to the right if yes, and exits downward if no. This drives the whole algorithm and causes the branches and turns. And then we have action boxes, which are angled rectangles, which contain an action like do RT-PCR in this example. And then we have connection boxes, which link algorithms to other algorithms. Now, the good thing about the algorithms is that you don't need to read the whole thing to get to one place. For example, if first question here is if you have a suspect is to ask, is RT-PCR available? If you have it available, then you don't need to read the rest of the algorithm. You do the RT-PCR, and if it's positive, you're a confirmed case, and that leads you to algorithms on management and contact tracing. If you don't have RT-PCR, then you go this way down the path, and you can see you can still become a probable case if you were a previous contact, if you have the atypical but specific symptoms such as anosmia, and if you have the typical X-ray findings, you become a probable case and you're managed the same as a confirmed case. If you have none of these, then you're a non-COVID respiratory infection. So this may seem like an oversimplification, but it helps a lot of people who are rushing to learn as much as they can in as little time as possible. So we just flooded it with footnotes for people who wanted more details. These two strategies, the rapid reviews and the algorithms, reached nearly 300,000 hits within 2 months. It's about nearly 5,000 hits a day. Within the first 24 hours, we had 30,000 hits, which shows how great the need was for these frontline caregivers and clinicians.
So one good thing with the rapid reviews and the algorithms, they were incorporated in the health policies and recommendations, and it reached, researchers, scientists, and clinicians. But one big gap that we have identified is we have to reach out to the general public. So we thought about expanding these campaigns and go mass media. to reach the, a bigger number of the greater number of the population. So what we have done is to think about people who are not able to access the internet, and these are the domestic helpers, the employees, drivers within the households. And so we organize a session wherein we can talk, in lay term using evidence, so that we can help them with the basic health safety measures. One good thing about this is, although they don't have access with the internet, we had a call for the employers to allow their staff to be with us during 1 or 2 hours to be able to explain to them some of the strategies that have to be used for COVID.
Yeah, because most people still don't have internet connection. So.
And because most people don't have internet connection, another campaign that we thought of is using text messages, the SMS, to again remind our population of all the strategies that can be used, what they can do to combat COVID. And so we would be sending out text messages throughout, on a regular basis until maybe Christmas, which is the a very
popular holiday
in the Philippines, to remind everyone to prepare so that they can be healthy and safe during the Christmas season.
So we conducted this with the Department of Health and the Department of Information and Communication Technology. So weekly text messages.
Sorry, Tony, Indah, you have 1 minute left.
I have 5 minutes left in my timer.
Okay. Yes.
You said 20, right? Or did you want?
3:35.
Okay,
we can wind up quickly.
Yeah. But it's okay. 1 or 2 minutes.
So the most difficult part was pushing evidence to policymakers, and that involved mass action. And our biggest strategy was occurred in August 1 when the ICUs and hospitals were filling up, and we called for a timeout so that we could go back to community quarantine. So this video, our press conference, was watched by nearly 1 million people, had nearly 1 million views on Facebook. And the good thing is, while it angered many of the government officials, is that they relented. We went back to tighter community quarantine. When we called for this, we had 10 organizations on the first hour, but within 12 hours, 50 joined. And by the end of the week, we had 160 organizations of healthcare professionals joining hands to call for the timeout. We call ourselves the Healthcare Professionals Alliance Against COVID-19. When we called it, we didn't ask for rest. We asked for solutions to the systemic problems, which led to the state we were in at that time. So we looked at problems with the healthcare provider network, linking primary to tertiary care. So we had meetings with the Department of Health and the cabinet ministers or secretaries, cabinet secretaries. Health technology assessment was being taken over by politics and commercial interests. So we worked with the Senate and Congress to fund our Health Technology Assessment Bureau so that they could be funded in assessing what would be effective technology. Workplace safety was a big problem, so we worked with the Department of Labor and Employment. For transport safety, we worked with the Metro Manila Development Authority, the Department of Transportation, and the Department of Public Works and Highways. For communication technology, 50% of the country is disconnected, and so it was hard to communicate and integrate our stats. We worked with the Department of Information and Communication Technology. And for social support systems, we worked with the Department of Finance, the National Economic Development Bureau Department, the Department of Social Welfare and Development, Department of Education, and the Department of Tourism. So we pushed for health technology assessment because we have a new law which insists that the Department of Health and our national health insurance system cannot pay for technology that has not been recommended by that agency. So to summarize.
So in summary, how do we now beat this infodemic. So how do you beat the infodemic? We're all clinical epidemiologists, evidence-based practitioner, and we're good in generating evidence. For scientists, rapid reviews, but we need to process the evidence, use appraisal, use our painless EBM to appraise this literature. For clinicians, we need to curate the evidence. It cannot be just the rapid reviews. It has to be curated so it's more digestible and easily understood. But it's not enough. We need to fight for the evidence to be used and utilized. You have to go through mass media and mass action so that it can be used by policymakers as well.
Largely volunteer work. So we want to add to the definition of evidence-based medicine. We all recognize it as explicit, judicious, and conscientious use of current evidence from medical care research to make decisions about the medical care of individuals. We want to expand that. Because EBM is not just about generating and understanding the evidence. It's about fighting for science, truth, and most of all, fighting for equity so the disadvantaged get equal opportunities with us. So we changed the title of our lecture from using the evidence to pushing the evidence. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tony and Indai. It is a very interesting talk. I like it very much, especially how you fight the fake news and work hand in hand with other organizations. Okay, please bear with me. You can ask question to Tony and Indai in the chat box. And first, we move on into the fifth presentation by Dr. Deti S. Nurdiati. Can I have the CV of Dr. Deti, please? Okay, thank you. So Dr. Deti worked in Faculty of Medicine, University of Gajah Mada, and Dr. Sarjito Hospital. So she did medical doctor in University of Gajah Mada, and then did a master and PhD in Umeå University, Sweden, and also completed the obstetrician and gynecology specialist in University of Gajah Mada, and then also became consultant in did a consultants program between 2008 and 2011. So she's currently the head of obstetric and gynecology department, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Gajah Mada, and the director of postgraduate program in maternal and perinatal health, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Gajah Mada, and also the director of Cochrane Indonesia and Cochrane collaboration since 2018. And Dr. Deti has published so many papers, especially related to evidence-based medicine. So she's going to deliver a talk about knowledge management on COVID-19. So Dr. Deti, you have 20 minutes, time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Arfianti. Can you see
Yes,
my slide?
very clear.
Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang terhormat Prof. Gufron, selaku Dirjen Sumber Daya Iptek dan Pendidikan Tinggi. Yang terhormat Rektor Universitas Riau, Dekan FK Unri, Ketua ICBM Dr. Dewi, Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran se-Indonesia, dan juga institusi pendidikan atau yang seminat anggota ICBM, Prof. Sudikdo dan Prof. Ati, para senior saya, guru-guru saya, dan seluruh peserta ICBM International Conference. And especially our dearest friend, Carla, Yaolong, Indai, Tony, and Steve McDonald for joining this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May Allah give us health and strength to be the agent of change in the world of evidence-based medicine. First of all, I would like to thank to the ICBM network and also the local organizing committee to give the opportunity for me to share our experience in knowledge management during the COVID-19 pandemic. I think, as Carla have already mentioned, that Cochrane is the international non-profit organization which has highly reputation in production and publication of systematic review of health and health intervention. And right now, Cochrane aims to put the Cochrane evidence at the heart of health decision making all over the world, including Indonesia. Until 2019, the impact factor of Cochrane is 7.89, and as the 10th highest journal rank in the medicine. If you look at the website of Cochrane, it's just the additional information beside Carla's presentation. You could find various type of resources on Cochrane website, the interactive learning, and also the Cochrane handbook, which is available online. You could also download the Cochrane Review Manager freely and could be used for non-Cochrane review. And Cochrane Library always provide a notification of new and updating reviews. And as Carla mentioned, it has special issue on COVID-19. There are many review already published and updating, such as the convalescent plasma or hyperimmune immunoglobulin for people with COVID-19, a living systematic review, which has been updated 3 times. And it could be downloaded easily because it's already open during the COVID-19 pandemic. And right now, Cochrane also has a podcast and also clinical answer directly to help the clinician to find the newest and best evidence for their practice in timely manner. Yeah, so this is, for example, from the convalescent plasma review. They have a question, clinical question. What are the effects of convalescent plasma for people with COVID-19? And Cochrane Library provide the answer based on the review. So I will talk a little bit about Cochrane Indonesia, which inaugurated in March 2018. Yes, of course, we are still under 5 old children with some strength and weakness, of course, but I'm proud to have such friends like all of you here, the ICBM, and also friends from other Cochrane collaboration who always there when we need help and who always support each other. Yeah, and we have some activities which include joining in ICBM activity. We also provide some evidence synthesis consultation in having systematic review as well as guideline development. Yeah. And what is the role of Cochrane Indonesia in knowledge management system? As we already know that knowledge management is the management of the processes of creation, storage, access, and also dissemination of knowledge itself. And knowledge management in organizations include acquisition of knowledge, involve the process of creation and building, knowledge building. And the second, conversion of the knowledge, the storage of useful information in repositories that facilitate access of individuals to the attention. Application of knowledge include export and applied knowledge and also the protection of knowledge, also the task of knowledge management in the organization. So we follow the 4 main strategies to achieve the Cochrane mission, which are producing evidence, making our evidence accessible, advocating for evidence, and building an effective and sustainable organization. For the first, producing evidence, we promote production of evidence synthesis by Indonesian, yeah, and also evidence synthesis clinic. So for as Professor Chen Yaolong already mentioned that he invite us to participate in the development of rapid advice guideline for management of children with COVID-19, and also some of us running rapid review in various topics of COVID-19. And in order to help researchers and clinicians to increase their capability in research synthesis, we held 3 online workshops of systematic review following Cochrane method, 2 workshops run at University Gadjah Mada, and one run by our dear colleague at University of Indonesia. It is really challenging for us to run such workshop online, but it's still the participant is very happy. They're active to participate and in the discussion and also the practical work. Making the evidence accessible, we have already launched our webinar on forum management COVID-19, which is launching in March 2020. It started when we had the first COVID-19 patient. It's already 21 webinars with variety of topics, from the newest clinical trial in COVID-19. This is about lopinavir, ritonavir in adult hospitalized with severe COVID-19, and it's about the effect of control strategies to reduce social mixing and outcome of COVID-19 epidemic in Wuhan, China. And there are many. You could see. Some of them based on the Cochrane findings or Cochrane systematic review, but some of them are we try to find from other resources, and we try to read it carefully and then share and discuss with the audience. We invite some clinicians and researchers as presentators and discussion. And this webinar is free and open to anyone who interested in COVID-19 management. For the third strategies, it's about advocating for evidence. Cochrane Indonesia also involved in some evidence advocacy for policy decision-making in Indonesia. We work closely with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education, locally and national level. And of course, the effective and sustainable organization is a must to run such various activity. So even though it is a voluntary-based organization, we try to build the national as well as international collaboration to sustain this activity. But now coming to the role of Cochrane Indonesia as part of knowledge management system in Indonesia, if we look at the figure, we should be very happy that the number of people who visit and retrieve some information from our website is increasing by almost 1,000%, compared to the year 2019, sorry. The highest increase due in the April-May 2020, it could caused by the increased need from the people, from the scientists, from the clinicians, or it could be caused also by the open access for COVID-19 resources. And it could be caused by the impact of knowledge management within Cochrane Indonesia, which is a routine webinar on COVID-19 management, almost 1 or 2 times a week. Unfortunately, the visitor of getting down in August, it could caused by the saturated need, as Indai and Tony mentioned, is about infodemic, not only COVID-19 pandemic, but COVID-19 infodemic. And knowledge fatigue, or the impact of knowledge management in negative view, because in that time, we slowed down the number of webinars started in July. However, if we compare to the number of visitors in 2019, we are still hoping that the accessibility of Cochrane findings will be broader. So what are the lessons learned from this figure? Yeah. So if we look at the article published this year by colleagues in China, due to the difficulty in assessing credible information from reliable sources during a pandemic, people increasingly choose to seek relevant information on the web. And the finding indicate that the scientific release system can promote good interaction between government and people under the scenario of extreme public health events such as COVID-19. So the credible and timely construction of an outlier knowledge release system is crucial for strengthening the interaction between the government and the public. And the second lesson learned is about the comprehensive knowledge. Yeah. This is the example of knowledge management practices in disaster management, a systematic review published in May 2020. The review explored the use of knowledge management in all phases of disaster management to confirm the disadvantages of knowledge management in reducing disaster impact and enhancing disaster resilience. The topic still needs more research, which is Stern advises scholars on a variety of research in directions, because until right now, there is no comprehensive knowledge in disaster management. And the next lesson learned that I could share with you is the tools itself. Yeah. Based on one systematic review, I just want to share that the finding of this systematic review from 44 scientific articles, the evidence-based medical practice is not an option, but a mandatory due to the fact that evidence-based medical practice, for example, applying the best medical practices to treat and care for patients is the way forward for healthcare sector, which is especially very important for developing countries. But this can be applied successfully if and only if the right system is in place for knowledge management. Yeah. In this issue, the tools in healthcare. Yeah. An appropriate tools is a must, but the language will be a barrier. Given English is not our native language, we do hope that in the near future, we could have the Cochrane finding in Indonesian. I know that Steve and Carla will help us to make our dream come true, because we already planned to have the Indonesian language since, I can't remember, maybe 10 years ago or 12 years ago. Yeah. And another lesson learned is about the organization. Yeah. From the systematic review, literature systematic review this year. Yeah. The organization must consider the main objective as increasing the capacity of individuals and organizational knowledge enhancers, and the managers should pay special attention to the more general knowledge associated with the context of the firm, as it supports the introduction of various types of innovation. Knowledge can be encouraged by a set of collaborative practices of human resources management, organizational learning as a process, and organizational memory as the corresponding output. So I will emphasize the institutional support for Cochrane Indonesia, which is really needed, and of course the human resources. Another lesson learned is about the community of practice, yeah, based on one study, which is published also this year, yeah, that This study established that despite the high level of understanding and appreciation of knowledge management practices and the existence of both formal and informal forums for managing and safeguarding knowledge at the universities, the role and the impact of community of practice in knowledge management at the university were insignificant. This was due to the low level of understanding of the concept of community of practice, non-belonging to the COP, and lack of tools and systems to support COPs at the university. This study finally proposed a framework for COPs in university. According to the proposed framework, the successful deployment of COP in university depends on identifying and linking the knowledge, both tacit and explicit, and COPs to the university. And the last lesson learned is the knowledge of evidence itself. Yeah. There are many studies show us that for example, I just put one example from the study in Ethiopia, which showed that there is a lack of knowledge about Cochrane and evidence-based medicine among Ethiopian specialists in training. And maybe we could have such a study in Indonesia. Yeah. And Cochrane also have some systematic review regarding the importance of knowledge of evidence. It appears that relatively dissemination of an information products such as the effective healthcare bulletin, which are based on systematic review evidence and are distributed on a national or regional basis, can be useful where there is a single clear message and a growing awareness by users of the evidence that a change in clinical practice is required. But before implementing such intervention, an audit to assess baseline rates should be undertaken to assess if a change in practice is needed. In addition, those implementation, this type of intervention should consider if concurrent activities such as general and academic media coverage of the healthcare practice of interest may positively impact on the effect of this intervention. So, what happened with Cochrane Indonesia? It's a long road to be the best knowledge management system, but we need all of you to join and grow with us. I think, and I bet that together we can do that and to be the best for Indonesian people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Betty. It is very inspiring presentations. So now we are having a panel discussion. So I hope that all speakers can turn on their video, and then we can see. So first of all, I would like to invite everyone that want to ask question directly to the speaker. I saw there are some questions in the chat box, but probably if Prof. Ali Gufron want to ask or discuss something with the speaker. Do you still have Prof. Ali Gufron with us? Okay.
Yeah, of course, I'm still following.
Oh, okay.
But, but I think it is very nice, talk, and I'm enjoying the dynamic of the talk, and it is very useful.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Ali. Okay, so is there anyone want to ask question directly to the speakers? Yeah, Dr. Sianto or anyone? Okay, Dr. Sianto.
The first, thank you for the opportunity. I'm interesting with from the Philippines.
I think Dr. Carla, your question goes to Dr. Carla.
No,
I'm sorry, I cannot hear at all. I think, I don't know if it's me.
Sorry. I need to use the.
Can you hear, Dr.
I can hear you. I cannot hear Dr.
Okay.
Sianto.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I am forget with using the headset. Okay. The first is my question goes to the Dr. Carla. Do you hear me, Dr. Carla?
Yes.
Yes. Cochrane has provided several evidence research in your database. So I would like to know, do you have some simple examples about the COVID study in the low healthcare setting? How your study can impact the national policy about the COVID control?
Yeah.
Because this is.
I saw your question on the box and I was just waiting for, because I think it's a very good question, good discussion. From the beginning, that's one of the reasons why we attempted to be very close to the World Health Organization. And because we felt that one of our way of collaborating, it's really to support the World Health Organization, but support low mid-income countries on this process. So one of the reviews that we were asked to do, for example, was a review comparing the use of ash with to clean hands. So it was really very much a review that was focused to areas on which soap is not available. And unfortunately, it's a review that there is not a lot of research available, but other things that we've done that usually would take much longer to deliver. It's about, for example, the barriers, a qualitative review, or trying to establish the barriers for healthcare workers to actually use public health measures. The other thing I want to say is that a lot of the public health measure reviews have been used widely. It's certainly on the top 1% of all the reviews in Cochrane Library. And we never had, in most of these reviews are used widely because we are investing on translating the results to different languages. So most of the key reviews have been translated to 15 different languages, and this really makes an impact. So I just checked it after you asked your question, and I received daily usage of these reviews, the metrics, and the top 10 countries are all low middle-income countries and are all non-English speakers. So what means that, the efforts that we're making, that he was just mentioned about translating these reviews is also something that allows for a better use of the evidence.
So if I allowed to ask questions, Ranti,
Yes, of course, Prof. Go ahead.
To Carla or maybe to Tony, my old friend a long time ago, and Inday. So in Indonesia now is trying to start vaccination. So is there any evidence based or result that the COVID-19 vaccine is actually effective and safe to be used for vaccination? That is first question. Then second question is that
so let me just answer that, because I think it's, as we all know, all the evidence that we have has been published this week, and it's not really, but the Cochrane France has put together under the request of, again, the World Health Organization, a database that tracks all the studies. And once the studies published, they then do a quality assessment, and they make it available freely of use. Obviously, we are all expecting this to come up over the next couple of months. At the moment, all we have is what is in the news. So we still don't have.
So up to now, it mean up to now it mean not yet comprehensive or enough evidence.
No,
And
we
my
do
second question is actually, you know, is it necessary that the vaccine of COVID-19 should be certified by WHO first before it is allowed to be used in a country? For example, you know, for Indonesia, because we have like Indonesian FDA, and it should be certified first. But the question is should be certified by WHO in each country, or it is depend on a country itself? Thank you.
I'm not sure if there's someone from WHO here, but I think WHO does not have a regulatory function, and they avoid making decisions for countries there. I think they are likely to say, as they have said in other vaccines, that it's up to the country to decide. And I think that's good because there are, aside from effectiveness data from the trials, I think there are also issues on applicability and feasibility and affordability that need to be considered and which may not be addressed in an international context. About your question on the vaccine, yeah, right now I think we're seeing science, not science by publication, but science by press release. So while the press releases are hopeful, we hesitate to be thankful until we've seen the results themselves.
The published papers.
The published papers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay, thank you,
How are
Tony.
you?
And
Carla.
thank you, Prof. Ali. Do you want to add something about that, Dr. Carla?
No, I agree. I think that WHO will provide recommendations, and in the past we had many issues of but we need to see the data, we need to see the research. We just now are looking like everybody else, looking forward that this is true, but what we have is very limited.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we need to move on into the next question from Dr. Dewi Santosaningsi. This question goes to Professor Yaolong. So the question is, do you want to ask directly, Dr. Dewi?
Hello, Prof. Yaolong. I have question. You presented how to make the guideline, and there are many clinical questions to develop a recommendation in a guideline. How do you determine the clinical questions, whether based on the clinical clinicians' questions or whatever? And then my second question, how many references at least should be used to develop a guideline, Prof? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good questions. In our guideline, actually, the core members of the guideline development group, including 3 pediatricians and 1 methodologist, initially identified 20 clinical questions based on published studies and based on the survey from clinicians. And then we emailed them to the panelists, our panelists, to rate their importance. And then we identified the top 10 clinical questions as our included clinical questions in our guideline. For the second question, there's no specific quantity required. The number of references depends on the number of clinical questions and the number of systematic reviews. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Thank you, Dr. Dewi. I think we would like to get I knew that Steve already answered the question in the chat box, but I hope that you don't mind to reply your answer again. So the question is from Professor Sudikdo. So now we know that besides science, Professor Sudikdo want to ask question directly? Do we have Professor Sudikdo? No? Okay, I'll read the question. So now that beside the scientific evidence that based on scientific studies, there is also real world evidence that come from analyzed real world data. So the RWD is considered important in policy making about the use of health technology for universal health coverage. So, so his question is there any attempt to make systematic review of real world evidence reported by different authors? So Steve, please.
Yes, well, I responded in the chat to say that it's not really an area that I'm very familiar with. So if others have other experiences, then please chip in. The only comment I would make is that I think there are certainly, within the context of COVID-19, there are questions where real world data, real world evidence is obviously more important than not. So for example, with long COVID, there are lots of studies trying to estimate the prevalence and what the different range of symptoms are for long COVID. But one source of evidence that I think is going to be quite important for that is looking at the real world data, real world evidence. And I know that there are groups that do specialize in trying to assess and sort of collate that evidence. But beyond that, it's not an area that I'm very expert in, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Can any panels want to add something about this real world data? No.
Can I give an opinion?
Yes, yes, of course. Go ahead.
So if by real world data, and you're referring to its use in the assessment of effectiveness, I think there's a lot of hesitation in that field because when you adjust for confounders, when you compare treatments and you adjust for confounders using real world data, you are at the mercy of what you think the confounders are. So I think for effectiveness data, I don't think that real world data can trump the results of randomized trials. And I would be very hesitant to use treatments that are just based on, you know, a real world actual use in a non-randomized fashion. Having said that, I think real world data has tremendous use in post-marketing surveillance, in the assessment of the side effects and adverse effects, in studying harm, we can use real world data. Because when we study harm, if that's our main objective is to find out if something is harmful, we can't really do randomized trials, right? So we resort to real world data in those kinds of questions. So that's my personal opinion on it.
Okay, thank you very much, Tony. So I saw that Professor Ova want to ask question to Dr. Carla. Hello, Prof. Ova. Can
Okay.
unmute
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Assalamualaikum.
you can.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Carla.
Hello.
I'm Ova from Cochrane, Indonesia. I would like to ask about the translation, Cochrane translations. Is it possible and we have opportunity to carry on the translation project for Cochrane Indonesia? Because actually around 4 years ago, we already start for that. And because we understand that the usage of the evidence in Indonesia will be, I think, tremendous with hundreds of million people in Indonesia. And so we would like to like continuing our proposal for translation project. Is it possible? And if is it possible, how we could proceed from here? Thank you very much, Dr. Carla.
Thank you, Ova. I mean, I've heard before that is saying about that. I'm pretty sure Steve is in a better place to answer than me, at least in terms of the background. It's not something I can answer with because I don't know exactly what has been the history of the past 4 years, but I would be happy to take it offline if you send me an email and get it to the right channels to get the proper answer to you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Carla.
I'll put my email in the chat if by chance you don't have it.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Carla. I think probably I have a question for Dr. Deti. So,
Yeah.
Dr. Deti, I saw that in your slide there is a tendency of the decrease of people access the Cochrane Indonesia after, I think, I don't know, like May or something, July. So, so is there any effort or any attempt from the Cochrane Indonesia to increase again the accessibility or the access from, especially from clinician or from other organization for the Cochrane Indonesia? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Bu Arfianti. So we have already tried to work with closely with other university to promote the Cochrane findings, to use the Cochrane findings. But I think the most important things because since July, because all of us are very busy with the COVID-19 patient, most of us are clinicians, so we reduced the number of webinars from twice a week to once in 2 or 3 weeks. And it's impact the number of people who come and to retrieve the information from the Cochrane findings. So that's why I emphasize about the importance of knowledge management system with the Cochrane Indonesia is a pioneer in promoting the use of evidence. Yeah, and one of the what you call the challenge is how we provide the information in Indonesian language. Yeah, as Prof. Ova mentioned that maybe it will increase the number of people, the number of clinicians, and also the policy decision maker to use the Cochrane finding, especially in the local level. Because in the national level, I think most of us could speak English fluently.
Yeah. Okay. So, is it the Cochrane Indonesia also like gather studies or publications that are written in Indonesia, or just you review only like international journal article?
We do both. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, did you see any like significant increase in the publication coming from Indonesian?
Yes, yes, sure.
Lately?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I think we really need more publication from Indonesian. Okay, I think it's already 4:30. I know that it's a bit late from our scheduled time. So once again, to summarize, I'd like to give some summary from our discussion. So I think first, it is the development of rapid reviews within the Cochrane Library has provided significantly guideline for clinicians in helping in the management of COVID-19 patients. And also the collaboration with many organizations and experts definitely required to keep up with the vast amount of studies to provide the best evidence for clinicians. And I think the last one, yes, scientists and government need to push evidence to fight against misinformation about COVID-19. Okay, I think this is our final discussion, and I'd like to thank all the panels to be with us and share their expertise, their experience about evidence-based medicine related to COVID-19. And we, on behalf of ICEBM Organizing Committee, we would like to present the certificate to you virtually. Sorry, apologize for that. Can any IT staff display the certificate, please? So the first certificate presented to Professor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukti, MSc PhD, for his contribution as keynote speaker in this conference. And then the second one, now you can skip the second one, just move into the third one. Sorry. Can we move into the third certificate, please? Hello? Hello? Okay. Okay, really sorry because we have a technical issue down in the systems. Really sorry, but we make sure that everyone has a certificate. And once again, thank you every panelist for your contribution into the conference. And now I hand over into the master ceremony. Noviera? Hello, Noviera? Okay, I think Noviera also has some difficulties. So everyone, thank you very much to joining us today. And I hope that everyone have a good day and gain many knowledge from this conference. Okay, Noviera? Hello?
Technical issue dasar.
Okay, thank you.
Ya, dokter. Cek. Dokter.
Yes, go ahead, Noviera.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arvianti and all of the Cochrane for the amazing discussion. Finally, we come to the end of this event. On behalf of all of the committee, we would like to thank all the participants for joining this event. Hopefully, we can get the benefits from this event and we look forward to seeing all of you in the next conference, Research Innovation for COVID-19 in Indonesia at 21st November 2020. I am Novera Mawadda as the Master of Ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bye, everyone. Stay safe.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
Teti. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice seeing you again.
Thank you, Tony, Inday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Devi.
And congratulations
Devi, thank you.
for
Thank you. Very interesting.
Very nice. Hello, Yao Long.
Hello, Dan. How are you?
Hello,
Hi.
thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yalong.
再见。
I think the technical issue is already solved, right?